Hello there. The audio for the first 2 hours of this is a little off as I was technically incompetent. It has been fixed afterwards, so please bear with me. Thank you, and I'll see you in a moment. 99 loyalist skulls in the pile, 99 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood, 98 loyalist skulls in the pile. Well, that's one hell of a thing to hear first. But there are a couple of other things to note before I begin, such as the random timeline that we are on is 1993, December 6th, 18 hours, 11 minutes, and 0 seconds. Now, does that make any sense? What is it? Who knows? However, all that matters is that that has been set aside. And we can begin. Hello there. Hello there. Properly, I suppose. Today we shall be beginning with a visual novel called Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend Edition. Bit of a mouthful. It's a visual novel from 2012. The Xtend edition is from 2016, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, yes. A disclaimer before I begin, as there's a bunch of things like that. When I first started this, about in early February, I just blindly got the Twitch Labs app, turned on the webcam, and just started reading the thing. The same one. And then, an hour later, I realized I was on the stream preview window. Yeah. And then, well, I decided I'm in the middle of the story. I'm going to continue until I get to a breaking point. A decent pause in the story. So about half an hour later, I found one. And then I berated myself for being a bloody idiot. So I know about the first hour and a half or so that happens in this visual novel. Who knows how far we'll get there in this session. We'll see. But yes, any other things? Not really. Not really. There's nobody in chat, obviously. Why would there be? I'm a bloody nobody. But that's irrelevant. For before that, we have to turn on the game audio. Slightly silently, there is some of it. It's very mild though. Not going to be overbearing, hopefully. But before we do that, even before that, before we begin the intro to the thing, there's another thing we have to do because I have decided on such. We shall escape our minds, reset our minds, as I so helpfully put there, and give in to madness. A little bit. And what better way to do that than with a quick little factual dive into the world of the Onionverse. And so, from the pages of theonion.com, quote, "It's been an honor, gentlemen," unquote, shift supervisor says as giant vat of molten cheese erupts. 2012. Wait, no. Yes, goddamn American times. It confuses me every time I see that. Like, why does it... 2012. June 14th. That stumbles me. 10:45 a.m. New Glarus, Wisconsin. As the walls of the molten cheese containment unit groaned and the massive vat of coagulated milk curd began to give way, Shift Supervisor Derek Preston addressed his staff for the last time Thursday. bidding the close-knit team farewell. "Gentlemen, it appears we have reached the end," Preston told the ragtag group of workers gathered around him before pausing for a moment of silence to honor their fallen colleague, Walter Tim, who had bravely attempted to vent the excess cheese buildup by diving to the bottom of the vat to wrench open a stuck valve. "I'm proud to have served with all of you. Are we heroes? That's ultimately for history to decide. But god damn it, you're all heroes in my eyes." At press time, the remaining employees gave one another a final nod before standing together, undaunted, and with hands clasped behind their backs, as the encroaching wall of piping hot cheese drew nearer and nearer. "We salute these brave heroes. Farewell." Okay. A little bit of fun and a little bit of additional warm-up for the voices. I will not be doing consistent voices. That is a thing that just does not happen. I guess that's it. Let's just break in. And... oh, come on. There we go. Takes a little moment for it to register. We begin a new game. I believe that's all well and good. Yes. I think the audio might be a little too loud there. I am too quiet. I know that. I know that. That's why this is happening. I am trying my best. Anyway, new game. We begin with the after route, because that's what it's giving us, I guess. Perspective Watase Kasasagi. I am not going to remember these names very well at all. And yeah, I got one bad ending there earlier, because I messed up real poorly and was an idiot. There are things like that. Story date 2030, another date. What the actual date is, who knows? We're at least 3 dates in now. Oh, I'm in the way. Sorry about that. I should be in this side. Convenient little triggers. The story date is 2030, September 16th, 9:16 AM. Alright, so 9 souls are trapped in Labo. They attempt to escape the facility in the face of that hopeless situation. However, reality sneers at those struggling to survive. At the limits of fatigue and anxiety, and death looming over them, something lurks in their hearts. Is it the courage to never give up, or something? Can they cleave a path to the future with their own hands? Well, this is an anime, so probably yes, they can. With the power of friendship, everything is possible. Always. Always. Except, let's begin. They will be herded together like prisoners bound in a dungeon. They will be shut up in prison and be punished after many days. The Old Testament, Isaiah 24:22. Okay. Boom! Explosions everywhere! The roar echoed throughout the laboratory at daybreak, as if it were a bell heralding the end. What was that sound? I don't know, it came from Area 1. Am I in the way here? A little bit. A little bit. Find out what happened, now! Wait, we can't. The gate can't be opened during the amplification. Ooh, that's a word. Amplification, that means something, doesn't it? Explosions and dying? Probably. Automatic PA. Public announcement system, or something like that. Intense tremors detected in B1 Area 1. Okay, the roars didn't stop there. Of course not. There wouldn't be any drama if they stopped. Intense tremors detected in B2 Area 3. Okay, so everything's just getting fucked. Good. Well, bad, but, you know, good for the story. Stuff's happening. The loud noises and violent shaking continued to echo through the facility. Yes, yes, we get it. More explosions. Fire everywhere. Beware. Indeed, a fire has broken out in B1 Area 2. Okay, Basement 1, Area 2. Followed immediately by shockwaves and the sound of screaming. Intense tremors detected in B2 Area 2. Okay. It's a nice office. Now engulf it in flames. Nothing? No? Okay. Security has shifted to evacuation mode. All gates barring those leading to Area N have been opened. Area N, a super secret special area. It doesn't even get a number. It gets a letter. You know it's fancy if it gets a letter. If everything else is a number, at least. Anyway, there wasn't a soul in that place who yet understood what had happened here. Same with us. Okay, I kinda know what happened, but let's let the story unfold on its own. A clear voice echoed amongst all the confusion and cacophony. Announcer, this is an emergency broadcast. Explosions of unknown origin have just occurred within the facility. That voice that announced the destruction was but a fragment of the truth. Oh yeah, we gotta have mysteries. September 16, 2030, 6:19 AM. Oh, it's earlier. At the 6th Laboratory of the Atomic and Biological Organization, a scientific research facility located on the outskirts of Rakumat. I couldn't read that fast. Why do they do that? Can we... the log, can we see... There we go. At the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. Atomic and Biological, that's okay, fair enough. A scientific research facility located on the outskirts of Rokume City. An explosion occurred. Okay, fair enough. I didn't miss much, but still. Don't play auto text like that. Damn it. Not everyone can read as fast as you type your text. Anyway, repeat. Security has shifted to evacuation mode. All gates barring those leading to Area N have been opened. All personnel, please calmly evacuate to the surface. Ah, well, that's nice fire, I guess. Can we hide this? Doesn't look like it. Oh well, fair enough. If we got fancy CGs, I will make myself disappear and let you enjoy them, if you're watching this. The automatic PA screamed out warnings as if it had broken. Well, there's lots of things on fire. It needs to announce everything. It's an automatic system. It was an accident that should have been impossible. Come on, you've seen the Titanic. When you say something is impossible, it's bound to happen, especially in fictional stories like this. You're just inviting disaster by saying it's impossible. Our fail-safes are fail-proof. Blah blah blah, all that nonsense. Security Guard 1, the sprinkler system's not working. Security Guard 2, why? Damn it, hurry up with the personnel evacuation. These voices will not be consistent, by the way. I'm just letting my brain do what it does. Everyone had begun ranting madly. Oh yeah, I'll be joining you soon. Caught up in the chaos surrounding them. Researcher 1, the emergency staircases have collapsed. Have collapsed? Oh no! All the elevators are offline too! There's no way out! I made him old for no reason. Impossible! How did this happen? Cause you fucked up. Anyway, we need to get out of here! Hurry! But then a calm voice rose as if to quell the pandemonium. Person! A character with a face! She's important because she has a portrait. No one else has had a portrait yet. Female researcher. Calm down, people. Professor, have you forgotten that we have a system that immediately notifies the fire department in emergencies like this? Well, that doesn't help you that you're trapped right now, though. You're still trapped in the fire, so that doesn't really do you that much good until they arrive. Help should be here in just a few minutes. Only a few minutes? How's that possible? Aha, that's where the protagonists come into play. These guys aren't your run-of-the-mill firefighters. They've got portraits and sprites and everything. And names. They're gonna have actual names that I will struggle to remember. They're a special elite rescue squad, Sirius, and they are very serious about their job. Obviously. Our city's finest rescue squad, filled with the best of the best. Is that a red flag that some of them are gonna die? Probably. Is it gonna be my fault that they die because there's bad endings here? Probably. Well, I'll try not to kill too many more of them. Okay. Okay. Helicopter, 6:26 a.m. It was 6:19 a.m. I believe. So 7 minutes, that's good response time. This biological atomic research facility looked like it was quite a bit out of the way. I mean, it's a big facility, it probably takes several minutes to just cross from one end to the other. The rescue squad arrived at the scene. Female rescue worker 1. Captain, all members of Team A present and accounted for. Alright. A row of rescue workers wearing protection suits stood before a man garbed in the same outfit. Yep, they're all clones. We're all clones. Captain? Excellent. Listen up, people. I love the word excellent. It's excellent. Countless people are trapped in this lab as we speak. And due to the nature of this facility, this will be no ordinary dispatch. Yeah, you're dealing with atomic biological stuff, research. We don't know what will happen here, nor what unforeseen circumstances await us. Yeah. Uh-oh. Worried. A newbie, I believe. A young woman who appeared to be fairly new to the team gulped behind her faceplate. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The captain looked at her and continued. You'll be fine. Our mission is to save lives. That's how it's always been, and today is no exception. Indeed. But you're all humans before you are rescue workers. Well, that's good to know. As long as you survive, that means one more life saved. Can't argue with that logic. Keep that in mind as you commence the rescue operation. With that said, good luck to you all. Yeah! And they all rush off. With that shout, they rushed into the facility. All while having no idea of what awaited them there. Okay, yes, you've established that there's gonna be surprises. We get it. There's gonna be stuff happening that nobody could predict. Impossible things. And thus, the dispatch that would later come to be known as Sirius's longest day. Yeah. I'm not in a rush to get through this myself. So it's probably gonna be a bit longer than anticipated. God damn it. Why did it cut off like that? It does that, doesn't it? Sure. Anyway. Captain, form 2-man cells. Tachibana, you're with Moribe. Dojima, you're with Hiyama. Okay, all these names. I will try to remember them, but I give no guarantees. Again, that's just... Yeah, no, I'm not good at remembering real-life names, let alone fictional ones. Actually, moving on. Make sure to keep in constant contact with Team B. Don't forget this. Yeah, keep in contact. It's important. Communication is important as fuck. They all had the same conviction. To accomplish the mission they'd been handed by whatever means necessary. Whatever means necessary, that's... There's always limits. You should always have limits. Whatever means necessary is going a little bit far sometimes. Don't live by that motto. Whatever means necessary is not always good. However, what they found lurking there far exceeded their imagination. Indeed. Countless unexpected complications kept arising one after another. Moribe, there are still people in the basement. Let's go, Lieutenant! Kasasagi, get to the basement ASAP! Hurry, there's no time. Roger that, just wait right there. Fire! I can't get through to him? Well, no, there's fire in the way and debris and stuff like that. Huh? Oh, or they mean something else. That's odd. Did something happen to the captain? Ah, lack of communication. That's bad. So this is Area N, huh? Yeah, it's... Those two are trapped just up ahead, right? Right. So let's go. Captain, you're... Oh, weird. I don't know. I don't remember. I guess we are the captain's perspective. Back then, we couldn't save anyone. Oh, spoilers? Or are you talking about different instances? I guess he's talking about past event. I guess he's talking about the before crime route. Oh, that's a spoiler. Wait. Damn it. Did he just spoil the before crime route where they couldn't save anyone? I hope not. I will remember that. The time to atone for that had finally come. But even that determination can be crushed. Impossible! No one's here? Hey, it's a nice little bedroom. Were we tricked? What do you mean tricked? It's a chaotic situation. Miscommunication happens. You, like, okay. Why? By whom? You're jumping to conclusions. Ah. God damn it. Why did this have to happen? Dead people. Guess somebody killed them, that's why that happened. Looks like they were either dragged there or they collapsed after a while, because the blood trail. Okay. Don't grieve, now's not the time for regrets. Regrets. Our mission isn't over yet. Oh no, it's just begun. Case N has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to normal mode. Yeah, okay. God, this is annoying sound. Locking down all bulkheads leading to the surface. Alright. So there's an emergency, but Case N has been detected, so... Fuck everyone, you're trapped. Okay. Let's find out what this Case N is. It's a little office. I'll go look for her. Whoever she is. Are you serious? All by yourself? There's no other choice. I'll leave the rest to you guys. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, go on without me. Heroic sacrifice, dude. Captain! He swallowed his regret and ran. All in order to stick true to his convictions. I have trouble with pronouncing the letter R sometimes, so, and the letter T in some words gets weird, so I apologize for that. Panting, exhausted. Finally found you. You're a person of interest to this lab, right? A second character. A second real character. Who are you? He is maybe protagonist, man, and you are super important. You're a little girl dressed in like what is that? It's like a gothic Lolita type of thing? Outfit? That's not. You're not a researcher. Come on. I don't even need to have foreknowledge to know that you shouldn't be here, or you are probably the Case N thing that they were talking about, or something. And we saw, like, girl's bedroom earlier. Only briefly, but we can make assumptions. We can make assumptions. We shouldn't, but we will. I'm a rescuer. I'm here to save you guys, and gals, and everyone else. And non-conformists. Or something like that. Thus, he found a lone girl, and then... Will I make it? They should still be here. I'm sure they're just up ahead. Ooh, fancy? No. He endured the pain and kept on walking. And then, at the end of his mission... Okay. Heart attack, suddenly, or something. Oh, he came face to face with a monster, quote-unquote. Sure. What? That's not a monster, that's just a person. The monster took hold of his wrist. That's a person, dude. Huh? Yeah, see? You might be looking at him. The person looked at him and laughed. The man spotted a broken wristwatch out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, just an indescribable fear sent shivers down his spine. Oh, he was assaulted by an intense pain akin to his brain being crushed. Headaches suck, I know that, I get them often. That sounds even more excruciating. Pain! The man screamed, faced with an agony unlike anything he had ever felt before. Yeah, he struggled to understand the source of the pain amidst the confusion engulfing him. That was... my head. It can't be. Not you too. Not you too. Okay. What? His well-toned body proved helpless in the face of that power. You damned monster. He's still just a person. I'm gonna stick by that. In spite of that, he struggled against attempting to complete his mission. Nevertheless, pain! His will broke as the overwhelming pain surged through his head once more. Yep. He staggered backwards, clutching his head. The person's face warped sinisterly, his gaze piercing right through him. I'm going to editorialize this. I don't care. I'm gonna editorialize this. He screamed. He then fled without looking back. See, even you... or no. No. If he had stood his ground, he would be killed. Annihilated. And so he held his throbbing head as he ran for his life. I have to get away, as far away as possible. He knows something. Not you too. Not you too. Not you too. Big hint. That's a big hint. He had to retreat to a place where the person's power couldn't reach him. But it was all for naught. Shatter reality. Everything in front of him flashed as he felt an agony like that of his head exploding. Agony noises! That was the last thing he felt. And then, as if someone had flipped a switch, his consciousness faded into darkness. Darkness. Fade away. Salvia, 1969. I'm guessing that's a chronograph? Probably. It has stopped at 6:19 and exactly 0 seconds. Alright, cool. Eventually, far past that frozen time, awake! A voice called to him. Or perhaps it was merely a memory of such a voice. He heard that voice as he lay beneath the whitewashed tomb. And then time began to move. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. 23, 9:16. Wait. Right, 9:16. It started at 6:19 or something like that. Yeah, something like that. They arrived at 6:26, and now it's been almost 3 hours later. Alright. His consciousness was in an endless darkness. A world where everything was closed off. Sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste. He'd been disconnected from all his senses. It didn't feel like there was a world around for him to experience at all. Where am I? He didn't know. His head was a total blank. Who am I? I don't know. What am I? I don't know. What is this? I don't know. All he could sense was a feeling of loss. Oh dear. What's going on? You were attacked and got unconscious, and now you have anime amnesia. It felt like he was lacking anything definitive. How did this happen? Do you even have a body still? He desperately tried to figure out why. Don't you need to figure out what before you can figure out why? Soon enough, fragmented images twinkled in the corners of his mind. I see. So that person attacked me. Is this death? No. The sound of a beating heart echoed inside him. You do have a body, congratulations. He knew for sure he could perceive that. This guy is... No, not this guy. Yes, that guy. Are you? I'm alive! Congratulations. Or, sorry for your future suffering? Yeah, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, pain. Yeah, fancy little baubles. Mesmerizing little bubbles. Well, they're not bubbles, it's light. Things, whatever. Anyway, moving on. I have all of those senses. Yes, indeed. You do. My body and consciousness are right here. Good. I'm right here. Yes, where is right here, though? That's for later. Huh? Captain! Come on, because why do you need to cut that off? We know it's Captain. So the captain lost his... Captain, please hang in there. Captain! Taicho. Get up, Captain. Come on. Come on, come on. We'll make the voices even a little less audible, with the sound of those voices suddenly filling his ears. God damn it. The man opened his eyes. Hello, anime characters. Ah, you finally come to, haven't you? What a relief. I thought you bit it there for a second. Ah, she has a little fang. That's cute. Of course it is. Anyway. And the serious stoic expression? Yeah. Little fangs. You like little fangs. Ah! Ah! Okay. I see what happened there. I'll need to fix that. Oh, wrong button. I pressed Control. Because I've set that up to switch these expressions. And I forgot that most visual novels use Control to skip ahead. Alright, we're gonna have to go back a little bit. How much did I accidentally skip? Okay, not that much. Right. That was dumb of me. I'll have to fix that. No expression changes for now. Alright. Oh, we can do that. Oh, that's cool. We can just jump back to the actual scene. Cool. Cool. That's a nice feature. Jump back in the log properly for the full scene. We didn't miss anything. It's like I didn't fuck up at all. Well, I did. Anyway, Captain, come on, get up. With the sound of those voices suddenly filling his ears, the man opened his eyes. Well, we went... whatever. Ah, you finally come to, haven't you? What a relief. I thought you bit it there for a sec. Huh? The man said nothing as the women before him started addressing him. But what the heck are you doing, Captain? Shouldn't you be at the command post? What are you doing here? Yes, he should be, but he had to go confront a person he calls a monster, erroneously. More importantly, can you say your own name, or what day and month it is today? No, he cannot. He has anime amnesia. What? The man already felt confused in the face of the sudden storm of questions he'd been sucked into. He first tried to grasp the situation around him. The women in front of him were wearing orange uniforms and not wearing their masks for some reason, because we have to see their faces, because it's the law. Main characters have to show their faces. Doesn't matter if they're in a life or death situation. Doesn't matter if they're in space. with no air to breathe. You need to see their faces. The model will do that. The reflection of the screen hits directly at the camera where the eye is supposed to be. So it will do that sometimes. See, my eyes are both open, yet one of them, I shift my eyes, anyway, that's a problem too. I don't know how to fix that. The women in front of me were wearing orange uniforms. So they're firefighters. No, rescue workers. It's more or less the same thing. Their uniforms were covered in soot. Yeah, they've been through a lot of fires. Disaster, accident, rescue. Vague images related to those words swirled around the man's mind. Around the man's mind. What? Oh. No, where am I? You shouldn't sit up yet. The man ignored her warnings and sat up, then checked his surroundings. He was in some building he'd never seen before. He'd apparently been lying in the middle of a hall. He could see cold steel doors and fire hydrants lining the corridor. A glance up at the ceiling revealed air ducts, sprinklers, and so on and so forth. And this is a giant facility. And he collapsed. Yeah, you shouldn't get up, you dumbass. A sharp headache hit the man at that moment, causing him to fall to the floor yet again. Are you okay? Are you in pain? Yes, he's clearly in pain, and no, he's not okay. No, fuck you, stop lying. No, you're not. You don't remember who you are. Why do they always do that? Why? You're not fine. Just then, the man realized he was wearing the same uniform as the women. Why am I wearing this thing? How can you say you're fine if you don't know what the fuck you're even in? He felt a strange sense of discomfort, like he had no connection with himself. Why was he in this uniform? Wait, what am I? The man stood up as he shook his groggy head. His body also felt off. Oh, wait. Right. Wait, did he body swap? Is that what happened there? With the headache? Wait, did the original guy die? And someone else's mind is in his body now? Like, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Like, I did go through about an hour and a half into this, like 6 months ago. But this is, like, hour and a half into this kind of visual novel doesn't really get you far in the actual revelations at all. So I am literally just guessing right now. I don't know in advance. It does that. It will do that. The reflections will do that. The camera and the tracking and the reflections are not friends. His body also felt off, almost like his body and mind weren't properly linked. Yeah, body swap. It kind of feels like this isn't my body or something. It probably isn't then. No sooner had this thought crossed the man's mind as... Oh! Then did the air suddenly shake. More explosions. Even 3 hours into the catastrophe, there's more explosions happening. You'd think everything would have exploded by now, but I guess safety valves and stuff like that, measures take some time to get through. Right. Well, what was that? An explosion! The women paid no heed to the man's confusion and instead exchanged glances. Another explosion? Everything should have exploded by now. Maybe a fire's broken out. Let's go, Lieutenant! Right, Captain, please rest here. We'll handle this one by ourselves. The woman who'd been called Lieutenant broke off into a run alongside the other woman, who was apparently her subordinate. Hold on! Scared of being left alone and totally in the dark about what was going on, the man followed the two. He called out to them as he started closing the distance. Wait up, you guys! Captain, I thought I'd ask you to rest. Nah, I think he looks okay. Give us a hand, alright? Hey, the optimist. And the realist. No, that's not it. I just want to ask you something. What was that noise? What's happening? What? What are you talking about, Captain? You saying you don't get what's going on? No, he has anime amnesia. No, I don't. I have anime amnesia. The women looked at each other for a brief second. You'll understand if you come along. Please keep close to us. The lieutenant broke off into another run at those words, with the man hot on her trail. She then opened the door at the end of the hall, whoosh, sending intense heat surging out of it. Yeah, when the heat like that from a furnace or something hits you, it's an interesting feeling. Sometimes it's nice for a moment, but if it's too hot, then yeesh. What is this heat? It's heat from a fire. What else could it be? A heat haze filled the area, distorting their vision of what was before them. Ugh, we need to put out this fire on the double. Yeah, before there's another explosion. Aha! The women passed through the open doorway. The man followed suit and ran through the hallway, only to be greeted with hellfire. Hellfire! Yeah, it's bad. Hellfire's bad. The man froze in shock at the scene he was confronted with. But the women quickly got to work without even a moment's hesitation. Because they're professionals. Get a hose ready. Roger that. Whoa, out of the way, Captain. You dumbass, you get out of the way of people who know what they're doing. You step aside. Rule number 1 when you're in a busy thing. Environment, whatever. Whoa, got shoved aside. The female rescue worker pushed the man aside and pulled out a hose from a fire hydrant built into the nearby wall. She then passed it to the lieutenant, who directed its nozzle toward the flames. Oh, a fancy scene. Commence water release. Roger, here it comes. I don't know why I go Scottish all of a sudden. A jet stream of water collided with the flames, which erupted into large clouds of steam. Incredible! The fire is getting smaller and smaller by the second. Well, yes, that's what happens when you douse fire with water. It gets smaller. Typically. The man stared at the swiftly dying fire with stark amazement. Okay. Just then, he heard something else mixed in with the sound of the flames evaporating. A faint sound. How the fuck can you hear a faint sound when there's crackling fire and just water stream like that? You don't hear much of anything else, but fine, you have magic hearing. 1. Was that a voice? Apparently it was. He wondered if it was his mind playing tricks on him for a second, but as soon as he strained his ears, help me. How the fuck do you hear that through the crackling fire and the water? But fine, he has to hear it because we need that. He definitely heard what sounded like a young girl's voice coming from the room in front of him. Someone's in that room? Probably. The man's body started running as soon as this thought hit him, weaving its way through the gaps between the flames. Well, that's quite reckless. The room's door was crushed inwards due to the effects of the explosion. The man peeked into the room from the shadow of the broken door and discovered a world of fire and smoke. Yeah. Where is it? Where's that voice coming from? His hair was singed by the sparks bathing him, creating an awful stench that hung in the air. What's more, his eyes were tearing up thanks to the smoke irritating them. But he endured. Damn it. Damn it, Alt does the same thing. I forgot again. Sorry. I'll go back in a moment. Alright. Yep. This is a very handy feature. I love that. All visual novels should have that as the default. Where is it? Where's that voice coming from? His hair was singed by the sparks bathing him, creating an awful stench that hung in the air. What's more, his eyes were tearing up thanks to the smoke irritating them. But he endured it and focused on searching the room. Someone help me! Help me! Found her! Through the fire and flames, he could see a girl crouching under a desk in the room. Are you okay? She's in a room filled with fire. But she seems to be fine. Although that hair, I mean, look at that. That's so much hair. That should be all burning. Like, come on. Come on. Anime here is impervious to fire unless it's not. The girl looked towards the man's voice with hope in her eyes. But the moment her gaze met the man's, shock and terror. Okay. Her face froze. Recognizes the face. Or the eyes, at least. What's with that look? Apparently you used to be the former inhabitant of this body, at least. Used to be someone important, and by the looks of it, not nice to this little girl in the previous life. Overcome with confusion, he came to a halt. But at that moment, don't stop. Okay, a mechanical voice from somewhere. Save her! He suddenly heard a voice from inside your head. Probably. Yeah, that's confusing as fuck. A robotic voice coming from your head? He didn't know whose voice it was. It sounded like it echoed from inside him. But the moment he heard it, everything suddenly fell into place. It did? He finally realized why he was here. That's right. I came here to save her. The moment he came to that realization, his previously divided body and nerves seemed to finally become one. The flames were closing in on the girl. The voice resounded yet again in his head. Go save her! And with that command giving him the final push he needed, the man lunged into the blazing flames. Chapter 1. After Chapter 1, 9:00 a.m. We apologize for interrupting you so early on, but there are no choices in this world. Bullshit. Oh, right. Tutorial. Right, they're about to introduce a thing. I forgot about that. Regardless, we need your power to link this world to the future. So the Census Sympathy System, SSS, has been prepared in order to allow you to willingly influence the world, aka make choices. It's just choices with additional steps. This tutorial will explain the SSS to you. I already forgot what it stands for. Census System something. Something Census System. Yeah, it's not a good letter to use there. But before that, let's explain what we mean by senses here. So many S's. That does not sound good, does it? Okay. Senses refers to impressions, emotions, sensations in this context. Put it simply, it's your assessment of how you feel about someone else. In other words then, if their senses are high, you have a good impression of that person. But on the other hand, if their senses are low, that means you have a bad impression of that person. And the senses sympathy system, I will forget that again, exists to quantify your senses and reflect them on this world. Now then, let's explain how to change the value of our senses, as in make choices. Geez, that's 9 characters there. You, uk, ma, en, sa, wa, ka, na, ju. Or you? No, you and ju. Ju. Yeah. Because it's pronounced... Anyway, in specific scenes, a graphic that looks like a magic seal, come on, fine, will appear in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. This is known as an enneagram? Enneagram. Why do they always come up with words that don't mean anything? Anyway, let's obscure the enneagram. Enneagram. Enneagram sounds best. I'm gonna go with enneagram. Anyway, I'm gonna hop over to the enneagram, like that. Obscure it. Down and to the side again. Alright, had a little fun there. This is known as an enneagram. An enneagram is a kind of personality assessor that categorizes people into 9 different personality types. Okay. Each of the 9 main characters of this story have been categorized into these 9 types. Very conveniently. Thus, the 9 characters have been distributed onto the 9 points of the enneagram. Decide. What do you decide on? You decide on choices. What else? Alright, so Keiji Ukita, Mashiro Toba, Ena Tsubakiyama, Luis Yui Sannomiya, Watase Kasasagi, Kazumi Tachibana, Natsuhiko Tenkawa, Jun Moribe, and Yuri Kotono. Okay. Do we know who's who? No, I do not. Not at all. We have seen this lady, and we have seen these two, and we have seen that, and we have seen ourselves. So that's, the majority of characters. 2 schoolgirls, a schoolboy, a teacher, a secretary, and 3 rescue workers, and what was that? What was it? Area N. That was like Case N. I'm guessing she's the Case N thing. Person characterized as the thing. Alright. A graph similar to a radar chart is displayed on top of the enneagram. This graph is a symbol that represents senses. The shape of the graph corresponds to the 9 characters, and its shape will change as you alter their senses, as you make choices to alter their senses. No choice. Come on. You can input the senses of 9 characters, which includes the protagonist. Thus, in a sense, you may also set the senses you have for yourself. I choose to be confident in myself, or I choose to be a complete piece of garbage. To have absolutely zero ego. Or something like that. You can also set, as in make choices. In such an instance, you choose whether or not you have confidence in your instincts and opinions. He has amnesia, so he should be confident or completely not. Alternatively, you determine how much you value yourself. Okay, well, that's one interesting way to put it. Senses sympathy system. Truly, a system where you choose the protagonist's various senses each time. So it's entirely about choices. Your senses will be used to determine which scenario divergence you will travel down at fixed divergence points. Yeah, choose. There are choices. Why did you say pretentiously that there are no choices in this world? Like, Alright, moving on. I'm getting hung up on that little thing. At divergence points, the story automatically diverges in accordance to the level of your senses. So you choose early and then it diverges. You can't simply input your senses whenever you want. Fair enough. You can only do that at sections known as branches, as in a choices screen. When you arrive at a branch, the enneagram will appear in the upper right-hand corner. Please check if the enneagram is displaying or not to determine when you can and can't input your senses. Allow us to explain detail through example. Goody! Let's play a demo scenario branch while you actually control the system. First, please take a look at the next scene. The senses input hasn't appeared yet, so please just play through the text as you normally would. Alright, that's a very, very direct tutorial. In a certain boy's house, a TV and a game console were sitting in a neat and tidy living room. Just then a girl came down from the hallway and spoke in an inquisitive voice. Hey, what are you doing? That's a very cute voice. You're playing game tutorial? Yes, I am, apparently. It's really important? Not really. It's just over-elaborately explaining how to make choices. Must be real busy, huh? Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something, but this is a bad time, isn't it? The girl looked at you hopefully as she said that. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like I'm just bothering you, so I'll ask you later. No, don't worry about it. It wasn't all that important. Okay, well, that's cute. Anyway, okay then. Good luck with that game tutorial. The girl slumped her shoulders with disappointment. Ah, and she left the living room with a lonely step in her gait. Now you just made me feel sad. This was an example of an occasion where your senses for that girl were low. Now then, let's play that scene one more time, with the goal of this time being to make the girl happy. There will be a branch this time, so you can input your senses there. When you arrive at the branch, the anagram will appear in the upper right. Yes, you've explained this. Please increase your senses for the girl before the anagram disappears. Please make your choice. When the senses lights up, please click on it to bring up the senses input screen. You can also bring up the input screen by pressing the V button. Okay. When you click the senses, you will arrive at this screen. This is, yes, we've use the cursor to choose whose senses you'd like to change. Bring it to the knob directly below them, then change their senses. Yeah, change, choose. You even said choose. Click the decide button to set your values and to finish the input process. You can only do a senses input one time per branch. You can't input again if you change your mind after you've decided, so please be careful. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? You're playing a game tutorial? Is it really important? Not really. So it is her. Alright, well, max out our senses towards her. Decide. Yes. Is it really important? Fuck no, it isn't. I see, you must be really busy then. Actually, I want to talk to you about something, but this is a bad time, isn't it? The girl looked at you hopefully as she said that. So you, huh? You listen? Really? Is that okay? Yay, thank you. Well, you see, today is a holiday known as Tanabata. Alright, and you know, if you write your wish on a strip of paper called a Tanzaku today, it'll be granted. So I was thinking that we need to make preparations for it right now. Right now. Right now. The girl then started talking happily about the bamboo trees that are set up for Tanabata. Alright. Congratulations, you have successfully raised the girl's favor. In this example, the girl had two different reactions, but there may be more than that, depending on the situation, like involving more than two characters. Also, there isn't always just one senses target. Yeah, there's scenes with multiple characters. If there is ever more than one target that you need to take into consideration, you'll have to reevaluate your senses for them individually. In these situations, you can input for more than one character, but the only ones whose senses you can input are those who are involved in the next branch. You cannot alter the senses for an unrelated character. Makes sense? Makes sense. Right. There will occasionally be times where senses hold a greater importance than usual. As such, there are 3 different senses colors, each one corresponding to the importance of the upcoming branch. Blue, this signifies an event where you can probably influence a target's favor. Probably. A blue branch, as it's known, you're the ones inventing these things, is generally not all that important. Great! Good to know. You don't even need to change your senses every time it comes up. I probably will, though. You give me the option, I will take the option. All you have to do is change it whenever your impression of the target alters. But if you neglect too many blue branches, it could have dire consequences for you further down the line. So yeah, I'll interact with everything. Yellow. This generally signifies an event where you can probably influence someone's actions. That's important. A yellow branch, as it's known, is generally very important. Expect them to signify big changes, such as changing your destination or travel partner. They're not dangerous, but it's best that you change your senses to reflect your intentions at these points. And though it's rare, a yellow branch can signify that a branch of grave danger is approaching, so please be careful. Red. This signifies grave danger. A red branch, as it's known, is of the utmost importance. Decide incorrectly and you will find death lying in wait for you. Oh yeah. There's a very, very early on death. Keep your eyes peeled to avoid danger, and please check your senses immediately to ensure there are no problems. Oops. Also, branches directly related to the story's conclusion will be read. We recommend you exercise cautious judgment there in the same way. Fair enough. This concludes the sensor's sympathy system explanation. That took a little bit. Your senses will change the situation in various ways. And what is it? Now then, let us return to the world. When time starts again, a senses input will appear right away. The enneagram will be glowing yellow. This indicates that a branch of great danger is coming up. Should you choose wrongly, death may soon claim the man. Please look over the situation calmly and select your senses right away. We are expecting your feelings to have a good effect on this world. Okay. Hold on, I'll save you. I missed the... Okay, well, anyway, we're just back at the present. Or the future? Or the past? Who knows? The man screamed this and was about to rush into the flames, but was interrupted by someone grabbing him by the collar. Captain, you can't just rush in blindly like that. No, he cannot. But if we don't do something quick, that girl will. I'll take care of it. Yeah, she's competent and she doesn't have amnesia. The first time around I did this, self-confidence. Fuck no, you're an amnesiac and you don't know what you're doing. She knows what she's doing, she's a professional. Last time the first time, I did the exact opposite and the guy died. His hair got set on fire. He ran in. My logic was that he is... Well, he's the protagonist, so he's got plot armor. So he should survive, right? He's just magically going to survive. And nope, the moment I clicked decide on the other settings, I realized that, oh, I just killed him, didn't I? And I was correct. Anyway, let's not... Oh, we are called Watase Kasasagi. And she is Jun Moribe. Jun Moribe. Alright, decide, yes. I'll take care of it, yes you will. Once he heard her say this, the man... Got it, I'm counting on you. Good. She knows what she's doing, she doesn't have amnesia. Gave that answer instinctively. He felt more at ease leaving it up to her. Yeah, the alternative is death. Alright, leave this to me. The female rescue worker quickly brushed the man aside, dashing into the room. Lieutenant, back me up with the hose. Roger. Yeah, the lieutenant pointed the hose upwards. The jet stream shattered apart when it hit the ceiling, scattering into a spray. Running in, the female rescue worker then ran into the room as if clad in the water. That water. What an amazing technique. It's very practical. It was perfect teamwork. The female rescue worker then ran up to the girl through the mist and steam. Yaha! Ah yeah! Survivor rescued. Yeah, Jun Moribe, full of energy. I like her. She's got spunk, she's got energy, and she's got a little fang. Got a little fang. And shouted triumphantly. That dramatic rescue had happened in the blink of an eye. A few minutes later, once the roaring inferno had been doused, the rescue workers tended to the girl they had saved. Don't worry, miss, you're safe now. Are you hurt? No. The man stood a short distance away, observing them. In the end, he'd been completely useless, both at putting out the fires and at saving her. Look, you didn't get in the way. It does that. Stupid reflection. So he figured the least he could do was talk to her. Well, I'm glad you're okay. As awkwardly as I can. Yeah, his face is that of someone she has traumatic experiences with. Another frightened look engulfed the girl's face at that moment. Huh? Did you do something, Captain? Not that he can remember. No, nothing, honest. That he can remember. Try not to scare her, okay? Your face is already scary enough as it is. She's even got that little cat grin. Oh, sorry. Guess I gave you a little shock there. But you can take it easy now. We're on your side. We came here to save you. Probably. Probably. The girl's body shook with a start upon hearing that. Captain, why would you ever say something like that? Yeah, you've been acting weird ever since you woke up. Not knowing what's going on is one thing, but you've been no help at all either. Sorry. After giving a brief apology, the man fired off another question. By the way, can I ask you guys a question? What's my name? You've been calling me Captain. So does that mean I'm the captain of rescue squad or something? Huh? The heck you talking about? What do you mean by that? He's got amnesia. The man thought hard once he heard their surprised answers. But as he'd feared, he couldn't locate any information about himself in his head. Well, the thing is, I don't know anything. Indeed. Not who I am, or even where I am. God damn it, that cliche, he's got amnesia. He's got anime amnesia. The women's faces twitched at that proclamation. You don't mean... Yes, I'm afraid so. You've got amnesia. She said it. Amnesia. The most cliche of tropes. The man mulled over that word. So that's what it is. But for some illogical reason, the answer, no, that's not it, suddenly popped into his head. Oh wait, right, yeah. There was the other voice in his head that said, like, no, go save her, don't hesitate, or something like that. Alright, there's the theory I have that there's a body swap going on as well. Okay. It's more like my mind's denying me the right to think about who I am. It was a strange feeling, but since it didn't look like he could explain what had happened to him very well, he reluctantly decided to go with their suggestion. Yeah, I guess you would call this amnesia. Come on, Captain, quit pulling your legs. Why would he pull your legs right now? No, I really wish I was joking. Wait, you mean you're totally serious? Well, his actions prove his words. Please hold on a moment. Captain, did you hurt your head by any chance? Yes, he was assaulted by somebody. Got a massive headache. My head? Now that you mention, I did have this really bad headache a few minutes ago. I knew it. There's a possibility that you hit your head on something. That's probably why you're feeling so dazed and having trouble remembering things. Then that means your memories should return in time. Is that how it works? Who knows? Yes, it appears that retrograde amnesia caused by physical trauma goes away fairly quickly on its own, without requiring any particular treatment in most cases. The lieutenant calmly explained that as she threw around a few technical terms here and there. Then you're saying this is only temporary? Yes, but if you suffered brain damage by any chance, it's possible that your amnesia could be permanent. And I believe there have been a few cases where death occurs if the brain damage is left untreated. Yeah, brains are very peculiar things. Very peculiar organs. Sometimes you hit it with a crowbar and you're fine. Sometimes you bonk it slightly on an edge and that's it. You're fucked forever. The man felt a shudder run through him at those words. What the hell? That's horrible. Captain, how bad is your headache? Do you feel like throwing up? No, my head doesn't hurt at all right now, and my stomach feels fine. Then I guess he's in the clear. It's the brain. The brain is too complicated to assess just like that. No, we can't be sure of that just yet. If you'll please bear with me for a moment, Captain. The woman grabbed the man by the arm, rolled up his sleeve, and looked at his wrist. He hadn't noticed until that moment, but he had some kind of wristband-like object wrapped around it. What's this? It's called a vital checker. It automatically diagnoses the wearer's health. Convenient. A closer look revealed there were several numerical readings and 5 green lights on the device. Green is good, right? Usually. Status all green. No issues with your pulse, blood pressure, or anything else. You're completely healthy. And it looks like we don't have to worry about him dropping dead or anything like that for now. Right? Right? But we can't be optimistic about that without an expert's opinion. Please get yourself proper examination and treatment later. Later. The female rescue worker's eyes widened as soon as she heard the lieutenant's reply. Oh crap, almost forgot. Lieutenant, we need to give this girl some AD. Fast. AD? The lieutenant's face froze at those words. Oh no, how could I have been so careless? The lieutenant wasted no time in taking something out of her pocket. A syringe type thingy. There's an ampule loaded in a transparent container. Ampule, sure enough. The lieutenant turned it towards the girl and spoke. Please hold out your arm. No, I don't want that shot. That shot. She knows what it is. You can't be like that. You'll be in grave danger without it. The girl turned around and tried to run, but the lieutenant grabbed her before she could. She then rolled up the girl's sleeve without giving her a chance to speak and pushed the tip of the ampule into the girl, injecting her with its contents. The girl's eyes widened and her body trembled. Feeling rather unnerved by her reaction, the man spoke up. What's that drug? It's called AD. Put in simple terms, it's an anti-radiation drug. As if that's a fucking thing. Anti-radiation. Bullshit. I call bullshit on that. Anti-radiation. Like... The man felt an ominous echo in those words. I mean, this is an atomic and biological research facility. A fucking anti-radiation drug, that's... You're gonna have to explain that. Did you say an anti-radiation drug? Yes, it was given to us by the members of this facility's staff for this mission. We can't survive in here unless we keep injecting ourselves with this, because it's leaking radiation. Obviously, the lieutenant surveyed her surroundings, then continued in a bitter voice. Because this facility is currently contaminated from top to bottom in radiation. What kind of radiation? That would be neat to know, because there's many different kinds. What? The bad feeling he'd gotten earlier only intensified with that statement. Oh, hold on a second. Radiation? Contaminated? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Obviously. It's contaminated with radiation. What else could it be? What the hell kind of facility is this place? The lieutenant took a good hard look at the bewildered man and followed up with a clear answer. A nuclear energy research facility equipped with a small-scale nuclear reactor used for research purposes. And also biological research thing, because we know that's the title we got earlier. For research purposes. And nearly 2 hours ago, that very same reactor went through a meltdown. Yeah. Even though it was supposedly his first time hearing that word, it still managed to send shivers down a man's spine. A meltdown! Oh, they don't have a Japanese word for that. Okay, fair enough. A meltdown, simply put, it refers to when something causes a nuclear reaction to melt, resulting in the nuclear fuel inside leaking out. It is an extremely serious accident that is frequently accompanied by explosions and fires. Is that true? Wait, no, this is 2030. Chernobyl happened like almost 50 years ago by this point. And there come on, that's bullshit. Safety precautions and regulations have been all over the place. You don't have nuclear meltdowns happening. Like, you just don't have that happen. At least nothing to where it explodes and fires everywhere. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore. It's like one of the safest forms of energy generation there is. Like, precisely because of Chernobyl and the fact of potential meltdowns that it's got millions of fail-safes. Like, that's just... come on. Come on. Bull. I call bull. This nuclear meltdown is not like normal reacting. Somebody deliberately caused this. And it's obviously directly related to Area N and Case N and the other thing, whatever that is. And it also spreads radiation that has harsh negative effects on the human body. The entire facility is currently contaminated with such a radiation. Yeah, that can't be. Wait not. You say this place is contaminated, but it doesn't look that way. It's radiation. Come on. If you know what radiation is, you also know that it's invisible. You can't see radiation. It's fucking invisible. Radiation is odorless and invisible to the naked eye, but it's definitely there, eating away at our bodies. Just like air. You can't see air. But it's there, it's super important. The lieutenant then took some sort of device out of her pocket. Procyon. This is a procyon. Fair enough. Procyon. A device for measuring radiation. The reading it's currently showing is 1108 MSV per hour. Millisieverts per hour. This is approximately over 200 million times more radiation than what exists in nature. Okay. Okay. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. 20 million. Yeah. Even under normal circumstances, there are faint levels of radiation in space and on the Earth's surface, but the dosage is so low that it has almost no effect on the human body. Yeah, if it's just part of nature, then it's like we literally evolved alongside it and doesn't really matter too much. It's only when it's an extreme exposure that it starts to fuck with us in really bad ways. But when in a situation we're exposed to such abnormally strong levels of radiation, like the 1108 MSV surrounding us, it's known as radiation exposure, which causes severely negative effects on the human body. This includes skin inflammation, nausea, organ failure, brain cell damage, vision impairment, neurological disorders, genetic disorders, and cancer, and death eventually. Yeah, the list probably goes on way more than that, but that's the general gist of it. The lieutenant's matter-of-fact explanation caused all the hair on a man's body to stick up on their ends in fear. Fear! Fear the radiation, it's the invisible killer. These health problems can occur when you're exposed to 100 MSV and above, meaning that the levels we are being exposed to right now are particularly strong. Yeah. This environment is so deadly that we normally wouldn't be able to take even a single step in here. What does MSV even stand for? Is that this? And though some areas in this facility have less radiation than others, it's completely impossible to avoid exposure, no matter where you are. You can't get away from it? Nope, radiation doesn't give a shit about walls and other crap like that, generally. Are you shitting me? How the hell can you be so calm at a time like this? Well, she has the anti-radiation drug, which I don't believe it. It's bullshit. Please wait. Please remain quiet until I've finished explaining. The man instantly shut up at the lieutenant's firm voice. She gestured to the empty ampule in her hand and continued. But this AD drug offers almost 100% protection against the effects of radiation exposure. Granted that you're in an area with lower radiation levels, that is. 100%? Wait, what? Offers almost 100%, so you could have just said 99% protection. Right. This is no ordinary drug. It contains medical nanomachines that detoxify and expel the radiation received by the human body. Nanomachines, son. When in doubt, nanomachines. Yeah, nanomachines. Okay. Alright, Senator Armstrong. It's nanomachines. Kazami Tachibana. I trust you. You're a very matter-of-fact lady. And you've explained things to us. Yep. Fucking nanomachines. That detoxify and expel the radiation received by the human body. I still don't believe that. The girl's reaction reinforces that that's bullshit. She said, don't give me that thing. So, I don't believe that explanation. This is all nonsense. I don't believe any of that shit. Nanomachines, son. Come on. That said, it's only effective for a mere 60 minutes, and we don't have a lot of it either. Nanomachines coursing through the body, somehow absorbing the radiation from your cells. What? But no, that's not. That's not how radiation works, is it? Fuck, I don't know. It feels like complete bullshit, honestly. Nanomachines absorbing the thing, detoxifying it. Upon hearing her whole explanation, the man, with amnesia basically, he's gonna trust her because otherwise the fuck. Chose to trust her. Yeah, I'm gonna yeah, chose. What the fuck do you mean there are no choices? I'm still hung up on that. I see. Soka. Everything he just heard felt so utterly unrealistic because it probably is, but the reality is even more unrealistic, I'm guessing. But given how the lieutenant had said it all with a straight face, it was probably true. Probably not, but that's the best we got right now. We don't have any valid reasons to go against her. We don't have facts. We are a man with 0 facts, and she is a woman with half the facts. So, there's no point in getting into a heated debate. But he suddenly felt a chill run through him. Hey, you sure you'll be okay without getting shots too? Huh? What do you mean? We only just injected ourselves right before we found you. Ah. Yeah, amnesia. He doesn't know if he took a shot or not. The lieutenant and her subordinate gasped. Oh yeah, Captain, when was the last time you gave yourself some AD? He doesn't remember he's got amnesia. I don't know. Yeah, amnesia. Crap, you'd better inject yourself just to be safe. You should have some AD on you. The man frantically searched his pockets and quickly found an ampule in one of them. Oh, found it. Using it's a piece of cake. It comes with its own cartridge, so just put it in that. Now all you've got to do is break off the tip, put it against the vein, and then just press the end. Like this. Stim back. Urged on by the woman, the man loaded the ampule into the cartridge. Once he injected it, the fluid in the container entered his body, accompanied by the slight prickling pain that came with a shot. And at that moment, he felt like something had faded from his head. The voice in his head is gone! The nanomachines ate it away. It's the radiation ghost. Probably not. Obviously, I think the whole radiation is bullshit. Nanomachines, that's bullshit. It's all something else. Area N. Why is this little girl in this fancy little dress down here in the basement area? The fuck is she? We need answers. We're not gonna get them soon, though, are we? No, we're not. Wait, I'm getting sleepy, apparently. I didn't read that. At that moment, he felt like what's this feeling? Is it a side effect of the drug? What's wrong, Captain? This means you're safe for now, so there shouldn't be a problem. Safe? I mean, relatively safe. Relatively safe. The idea of feeling safe in this situation was totally insane to the man. Fair. That's entirely fair. There's radiation, there's a nuclear meltdown, there's fires, there's explosions, there's the amnesia bit, there's the voice in his head, there's this little girl who's got some kind of trauma related to this man's face and his former body or self or something like that. There's also the other rescued members. Let's not forget about them. Wait, these coats are orange. They were yellow in the screen before back then. Fine. Fine, we'll just accept that they changed color. There's no way in hell I could accept a messed up situation like this so easily. Good, you shouldn't. Because it's nonsense. He decided to try asking a question in an attempt to keep himself from worrying. Hey, can I ask something? Just who am I, and what's happening right now? And right, the exit. Where's the exit to this facility? Nope, everything got locked off. We remember from the cutscene earlier, the case N was detected, so all bulkheads leading to the outside were locked down right. There is no escape. There is no escape. The lieutenant and her subordinate exchanged glances upon hearing this chain of questions. Yeah, how do we tell him? It's fucked. The exit, huh? Yeah, there is no exit. There is no exit. Then we'll take you to it now. I'll explain the situation to you on the way there. Their words seem to carry a heavy weight to them. Yeah, the exit, huh? We're all fucked. Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate that. You soon will not. Roger that. Then, Captain, ma'am, this way please. Alright, she was here the whole time as well. I actually did kind of forget that she was actually in this scene. Okay. She's just meekly sitting in the corner. The lieutenant started walking. The rest of the group soon followed after her. The group, led by the lieutenant, approached what appeared to be a connecting passageway. It was blocked by a metal door, but that opened once the lieutenant had operated a nearby terminal. Whoosh. On the other side was another block that looked like it belonged in an office building, in a circumference-side first area. I think that was the exact same text as in the previous scene. I didn't pay attention to that. This place is huge. It's a giant research facility with a secret research facility happening as well. I'm calling it the whole nuclear atomic research is just a front for something else. Because come on, Area N overrides the nuclear meltdown. Come on. You can't fool me. I've seen enough of these anime storylines. I know things. I can predict things. Just then, the lieutenant turned to the man and spoke. Captain, which would you rather know first? Your personal information or the situation? Either? Doesn't matter. Oh, my personal information, please. Understood. Then let's start with your name. It's Watase Kasasagi. Watase Kasasagi. So that's my name. The man, no, Watase, listened to the lieutenant list off facts about him with a strange feeling in his heart. That's me, but is it me? Is it? What about that voice in my head? Who am I still? You're 32 years old and still. Well, that's very important, isn't it? You're a member of the Rokume City Fire Department's Special Elite Force, Elite Rescue Squad Sirius. Your rank is Fire Lieutenant. And you're our squad's captain. In other words, that makes you our direct superior. Fire Lieutenant, squad's captain. And you are a regular lieutenant? Fucking ranks. Just pointlessly confusing sometimes. Anyway, direct superior. Is any of this bringing back any memories? Fuck no, it's not. Of course it's not. Nope, not ringing any bells at all. I see. Yeah. We have both confidence in those. By the way, what are your names? Yeah, I mean, I already know what their names are. Kazami Tachibana. I'm not gonna remember that. Jun Moribe. I'm gonna maybe remember that. I mean, don't have any issues there? Sure. Doesn't matter. Oh, forgive me for not telling you sooner. I'm Kazami Tachibana, Fire Sergeant. Come on, with the fucking ranks. So he's the Fire Lieutenant, he's the Captain. She's the Fire Sergeant, she's the Lieutenant. Why do you do this? To me, that's such a pointless, confusing hierarchy. Okay. I serve in the squad as your lieutenant. Yeah. Idiotisms kaut kāds nesaprotams lietas, kāpēc tā viņu vispār tā liek. Bezjēdzība. Anyway, a bit of Latvian broke out there, cause I'm a little irritated by this nonsense, like rank structuring. The lieutenant is the captain. The sergeant is the lieutenant. Watase carved this information into his memory. I hope he did, cause I'm probably not going to. It will not survive in here. Kazami Tachibana, my lieutenant, huh? Seems like the cool and collected type if you ask me. Well, yes, obviously. That's the impression you get. The woman named Kazami appeared to be strict both towards herself and others. Come on, she's the heart of gold, super kind and everything else. A motherly figure. Can I call you Miss Kazami? Hmm? Oh, that's a cute face. No, please call me Tachiban instead. There's no need to be formal with me. Watasa nodded. Just then, the other rescue worker spoke up. Yeah, the spunky little kid. And I'm Jin Moribe, firefighter, 20 years old. I only just joined Sirius this year, so I'm what you call the team's new blood. New blood! My nickname's Sirius Lady Suicide Squad Chief. My catchphrase, Jun's my name, rescue's my game. Let's get along, okay? I don't believe any of that. I think you just made up both of those things on the spot, just to have fun with the captain's amnesia. Nickname Sirius Lady Suicide Squad Chief. Sure. Jun. She felt like a complete opposite of Kazami. Bubbly energy. Jun Moribe, the team's newest recruit, huh? She sure is a bright bundle of energy, indeed. She seemed to have a fierce will and yet a cheerful and friendly personality. Well, yeah, she's got all that energy. And she's young, confident. She didn't appear to be very conscious of the hierarchy in the group, perhaps because she was a lot younger than her superiors. And also because when you're in a life and death situation, you gotta make decisions. Wait, where is this train of thought going? I don't know. I lost the thought. I lost the brain cells there. Anyway. Please excuse her attitude. I keep telling her to do something about it, but it just doesn't sink in. Well, because she's proven right. Until she fails with that attitude of hers, it's not going to change. I usually am careful about it. It's just that when I get to work, I get caught up in the heat of the things and can't hold myself back, you know? Energy. Yeah, I don't mind at all. Actually, makes things a lot more comfortable for me. Woohoo! You're so understanding today, Captain. Normally he's strict. Well, it looks like she's got the skills to make up for it. We did see them be very confident and competent earlier. So, yeah. She'd have to have nerves of steel to stay so cheerful in a situation like this. And yeah, to be selected to be part of this super elite squad at the age of 20. She's a kid still. Basically. 20 years old is basically you're legally kind of an adult almost, but you're mentally still a child. 20 years old is fucking nothing. So you're just learning to be an adult, so you're still a child, ultimately. Like, fuck, I'm 27, I'm still barely an adult. Like, I'm barely learning, figuring things out, barely managed to learn some of these things. What it means to be an adult. And it's like, fuck. If only we could stay as kids forever, that would be so much nicer. So much simpler, but alas, reality is what it is. You gotta grow up in order to do things. Oh well, adulthood does have the advantage of you can do all the things you wanted to do as a kid, like say, consume a kilo of sugary sweets throughout the week, like I do, and not really face any consequences as long as you eat your veggies as well at the same time. Although I don't know how long I can keep that up. Although it's been fine for a couple of years. I'm getting very distracted. Yes. Anyway, Watasa then turned to the last member of the party as that thought crossed his mind. And yes, the foreign entity, the little girl in this little outfit. So then, what's your name, Missy? Oh yeah. Hiding behind Jun. Yes. The girl hid herself behind Jun as soon as Watasa asked. Oh boy, doesn't look like she's warming up to you at all that much, Captain. Yeah, cheeky little grin, don't ya? Well then, would you tell me your name, Missy? Uri. Yuri. The girl only gave her first name. Don't worry, we know it's Tachibana? Or no, maybe, I don't remember. We saw the list briefly and I read all of their names, but of course I didn't memorize them. Of course I fucking didn't. Yuri, huh? Aw, that's a cute name. Nice to meet ya. Yuri. Something about that name bugged Watasa. Well, she has clear memories of you, so you have memories of her, just locked away for now. It feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, before the amnesia thing, or personality override thing, or whatever that was. But no matter how much he studied her face or searched his memories, he couldn't remember anything solid. Yeah, that's a later revealed a significant plot point. So he decided to give up and turn his attention back to Kazami. Okay then, now that we've done introducing ourselves, could you please explain what's going on? Could you please explain what's going now? What? No, what's going on? That's a mistake. I feel like that's a mistake. What's going on? Roger that. Yeah. That's a mistake. I'll be editorializing mistakes like that out as well. Roger that. Then let me explain this facility first. Kazumi then quietly began to speak. Hour now. Okay, I think once we're done with this explanation, we shall take a pause. The first intermission. For those watching the archive, which is everyone, that will be only a few minutes. In real life, it will be like a 22-hour pause for me. Or 46-hour, who knows, I'm not sure yet. We are in a nuclear research facility and biological research facility. I saw that at the very start. Located on the outskirts of a city known as Rokume City. Could you be a bit more specific on that first part? Yes, you should be. I don't know the details, but it more or less seems to be a facility for conducting research related to nuclear power. And biology in some regard. We saw that title screen, we saw that name of the facility earlier. Atomic and biological research, something. I remember the biological part because that's important. The facility, yeah, biological organization. The facility's name is the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization, known as LABO for short. Yeah, biological. This is not purely atomic research. There's biology involved. We're making mutants, we're making super mutants. Ah, Fallout in Japan. That'll be interesting. Samurai, those giant things. Oh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Don't think it's ever gonna happen, but who knows? Who knows? The Fallout franchise could branch out. It's going into London? Was it? Or something? Anyway, Fallout Japan! Samurai super mutants. I like that idea. That sounds fun. Anyway. I got distracted again. That's fine. Abbreviated LABO. It's a facility with 2 floors and 2 underground floors, with the latter housing a nuclear reactor used for research purposes. But at 6:19 AM earlier today, that's September 16, 2030 to be exact, explosions of unknown origins occurred in the basement levels. Yeah, sabotage probably. Or Area N, Case N got loose or something. Whatever that is. I think it's some kind of Esper type thing. I mean, that would explain the brain thing and the voice in his head thing. And the headache that he got, like when just confronting that guy there. Like, you know, Espers, Psychers, whatever you want to call them. Brain people. Magic brain people. Fires broke out all over the place at the same time, and part of the facility's control system malfunctioned as a result. There were concerns about the possibility that the nuclear reactor's cooling functions would malfunction as well and cause a meltdown if things kept going the way they did. So they sent a rescue request to Sirius, since we're trained to handle these kinds of disasters. We then arrived on the scene at 6:26 AM and commenced our search for those still trapped. Watasa looked at the sturdy watch around his wrist. Its digital display read 9:27 a.m. So that was about 3 hours ago, eh? When we got here, we split into two teams of 5. Teams A and B. We are Team A. 2 teams of 5. That's 10 characters. We have 9. Well, the game said at the start we have 9 characters split into distinct personalities. So, a couple of them are dead. Good to know. Or bad to know. That sucks. People being dead is not good. That sucks, but advances the plot and means less characters to draw and stuff like that. The rescue squad split into 2 teams and entered the facility. You set up a command post on the first floor and commanded Team A from there. Team A was split into 2-man cells. Me and Moribe and 2 others workers named Dojima and Hiyama. But after that, we lost contact with Dojima Hiyama party. We then lost contact with you. This was around 6:35. Whoa. Okay. That's real fast. You lost control of the situation real quick. It's not even 10 minutes. You went in and then everything got fucked. What happened? Fuck knows. You lost contact. The 3 of you might have gone down to the basement floors at that time. Reception's really bad down here, so our radios are nearly useless in that sort of situation. I see, but why did we go down the basement to begin with? Well, how could she know? You lost communication. She can't know that answer, she can only speculate. Come on. Come on. Think, use your brain, noggin, watase. It's possible that you went to rescue survivors or other teammates, because he lost contact with them as well, probably. Probably. According to the members of Labo staff, the basement floors had already been evacuated and the only survivors still there were trapped in the above ground floors. But while we were saving them, we found out there were survivors in the basement too. So the lieutenant and I headed there. But the fires down there were much worse than we'd expected, so we got stuck for a while. By the time we could move again, we lost sight of the survivors. It was then that we set up a makeshift base on floor B2 and resumed our rescue activities once again. Then, right after that, around 7:15 a.m., a most ominous announcement about a Case N was broadcast throughout the entire facility. Yeah, very ominous. A Case N, what's that? There's like maybe 3 people that know the answer to that. Maybe. Given the nature of this facility, it's probably some short for nuclear. Given the nature of this facility, it's probably short for nuclear. I need to stop rushing the text. I'm here to read clearly and improve my reading capability. Stop rushing. Nuclear. Probably not. I doubt that. We've got something in the rescue world we call an N disaster. In that case, N refers to a nuclear-induced disaster. Nuclear, huh? So you're saying that warning was something nuclear-related? Yes, we believe that a meltdown occurred in the reactor area at that time. We checked our prokions right after the announcement and discovered that the radiation levels had grown abnormally high, so we're probably pretty confident in our theory. So basically this Case-N thing is probably slang for meltdown. It was on the PA system, that's not slang. That is not slang. That's a very specific thing. No. You wouldn't put a jargon term in the PA system. You would put down the exact, precise thing. Oh, this is a different spot. Second area. By the time they'd finished explaining, the group had arrived in Area 2. Then doesn't that mean we need to get this girl out of here as soon as possible? Watas looked towards Yuri. She looked even more scared than she did earlier. Yes, we agree. It's just... the staircase leading to the surface is here in Area 2, but... Kazami and Jun paused, then looked down the hall. Standing there was a door with a plate that read, Emergency Staircase. What do you mean? What do you mean, but? Because it's right there, isn't it? Then let's go, Yuri. Ah, Captain, please wait. Watase ran towards the door. Kazumi's voice grew fainter and fainter. Kazumi's voice growing fainter and fainter with each step. growing. He ascended this dark staircase. But when he saw what awaited him at the top, Watase found himself rendered speechless. Yeah, it's a bulkhead. What the hell is this? It's a bulkhead! An iron wall was lying just a short distance away from the top of the stairs. And there you have it. By the time he came to his senses, Kazumi and the others were standing right behind him. What do you mean? What do you mean, there you have it? I mean, exactly that, dude. It's a bulkhead door. Get fucked. It's designed to withstand fucking nuclear explosions, at least to some degree. The truth of the matter is that all exits to the surface are currently blocked off by this bulkhead. Meaning we're trapped down here in Labo's basement floors. Trapped? Why? It's a nuclear disaster, it's a case N, it's something they don't want escaping the lab. Something, or, I'm gonna say it, someone. I'm gonna guess it's related to you. I mean, obviously it's Yuri, at least in part. It's Yuri, it's that man, the Watase earlier called a monster and refused to refer to him as a person. And I'm not gonna agree with him ever on that. A person's a person, doesn't matter what actions they take, doesn't matter what they're capable of. A person is a person. A monster is an unthinking, unfeeling entity that doesn't make decisions, that isn't capable of any kind of consciously doing things, and therefore is less monstrous than a person who can decide to take monstrous actions. Okay? Do not ever turn people into monsters. People are worse than monsters. Okay? At least we can be. So don't take away the person side of the worst people ever. That's what makes them the worst. It's because they're people making decisions. Right? Are we clear on that? Good. Because I'm not budging on that front. Anyway, trapped? Why? Come on. I don't know. To contain stuff, the case N. Containment. That said, the PA did say that they were locking down all bulkheads leading to the surface. At the same time, it announced the case N. Yeah, directly related. Stop case N from escaping. So there's probably no way out. Not yet. You can't be serious. Yes, they are very serious. Can you just contact someone outside and ask them to open it up? And ask them to open it up. Come on, dude. She already said the radios don't function well. You lost contact earlier. We can't get in touch with them. Yeah, they tried. All the landline phones here are dead, and the radio was working good enough at first, but then reception kept getting worse and worse for some reason, and now our chances of reaching them are pretty much zilch. What? Then can't we just break it or force it? It's a bulkhead, dude. Does that not, like, come on. It's a bulkhead. It's a giant wall of steel, reinforced, alloyed steel, titanium, and probably some magic materials they've developed here alongside the espers, or something like that. It's a fucking bulkhead that, like, just a segment of it probably weighs like 5 tons. Like, you can't open a bulkhead. You can't force open a bulkhead. If you could force open a bulkhead, then it's not a bulkhead. It's just a really strong door. A bulkhead stops a tank. Okay? You are not a tank. Unless you have magic esper powers yourself, but you're got amnesia, and we're not far enough into the story for that yet. Watase tried pounding his fists on the bulkhead. Good job. Smart man. Very smart. Congratulations. But it didn't budge an inch. No shit. You're like what? You're an anime man, so you maybe weigh like 70 or 80 kilos at most. At most. At most. That's not even half of the frame. God damn it, open up, you piece of shit. Sure, fine. He's panicking, he's in a desperate situation, he's got amnesia, sort of. He's got all this information flowing through his head, all of a sudden, all this crisis. So he's not making rational decisions right now. That's understandable, that's fine. But like, come on. Come on. You're just gonna break your arms. But no matter how hard he punched, kicked, or pushed it, nothing changed. Again, it weighs like 50 tons. Or something. It didn't look like something that could be dealt with human hands alone. Yeah, no matter how many human hands you put on the bulkhead, it's not gonna move. This is like a situation where it doesn't matter what you do, human power is not gonna deal with this. Like, you would need an industrial scale digger or something to get through that. And even if it was diamond tipped, it probably wouldn't work well. It would take fucking forever. Gah, looks like we can't do anything to it without any explosives or something. It's a bulkhead. Explosives ain't gonna do shit. You need like thermite directed, like in a very narrow like stream, and then maybe you can make a hole. Or you need a lightsaber. That cuts through everything. Just like in episode 1. Hate to break it to you, but we don't have any. We can't destroy it with the equipment we have on hand. Though it's annoying to admit, this bulkhead has completely split the basement and surface apart. Watase finally understood the situation when he heard Kazumi and Jun's comments. But it was a hard pill to swallow. Is there any other possible way out of here? Negative. We've tried all sorts of things ourselves in the 2 hours we've been trapped here, but nothing worked. We can't go through the air ducts, all the areas are out of order, and we can't break the ceiling. What's worse, this facility is supposed to have this flawless sprinkler system. Flawless. Impossible. Those are the 2 red flag words that just means they're gonna fail. But it's not working for some reason, so we don't just have fires breaking out all over the place. But we've got no way to find out where they're coming from. What the hell? Then we're in real deep shit now, aren't we? Yeah. We're all full of radiation, there's fire everywhere, and we can't even get outside. Why the hell is this happening? Because secret, evil, corporate research facility doing, like, magic, nanomachine, psychic research on stuff, creating quote-unquote monsters. Please calm down. Having a rescue captain lose his cool will only make matters worse. She's right, Captain. Can't you see that all you're doing is scaring poor Yuri-chan to death? Did I just say that? I subconsciously added that myself. Fuck me. Jesus. With the realization hitting him in full force, Watase looked at Yuri. She was hiding behind Jun again, and looking at him with trembling eyes. Yeah, Yuri, can you please explain who he is? She's not going to, though. I'm sorry. Kazumi and Jun were right. He couldn't show such disgraceful behavior in front of a frail girl like Yuri. Regardless of his amnesia, Watase had most likely come down to the basement floors in order to rescue people. But at that moment, he was hit by a sudden question. Oh, come to think of it, what were you doing here in the labo, Yuri? Excellent question. I'm an experiment here, or something. Just then, a tearful look appeared on Yuri's face for some reason. What's wrong? I'm family to one of the people who work here. I don't believe you. I don't believe we saw like a nice little girl's bedroom way back then. With pre-amnesia scenes, when they was running around and stuff like that. We saw a nice pretty little bedroom. That's bullshit. That's a complete and utter lie. I don't believe you, little Yuri. You're gonna have to come clean eventually, probably in like fucking 10 hours, so. We're here for the long haul. And so, I happen to get caught up in all this by bad luck. Don't believe you. I do not believe you. I see. That's a disaster for you. Watase turned to his thoughts as he kept looking at Yuri. It really has been a disaster. Has been a disaster for all of us. I really wish we could all get out of here. But he knew it wasn't that simple. In the first place, there was still way too much that he didn't know about his current situation. Why wouldn't the bulkhead open? Because it's locked down. It's a protocol, case N. Why was the sprinkler system working? Good question. Sabotage, probably. Or it's not flawless. Why had he lost his memories? Encounter with the other guy, plus you've got someone else's brain inside of you. Or at least, well, would if the nanomachines that you were injected with didn't suppress him. I don't believe one bit about fucking nanomachines. Maybe. Okay, I don't have enough information. I'm a man with less than half the facts. So, let's just not engage in... Say, Tachibana, what's our next move? I'd like to explain that to you in detail. We've got a simple makeshift base set up here nearby, so let's head there first. Okay, you know what? I think that is a fine point to take a break. First impression. Yeah, let's override the previous save files. And right. Okay, that will be it for part 1-1. I'll continue on my end tomorrow. On your end, well, archive footage, a few minutes. In the meantime, I shall leave you with some music suggestions from me, because why not? Oh yes, stay hydrated, that's important, and be reasonable. Please be reasonable. It's a good thing to do. Right then, I shall see you in just a few... well, a while. Anyway, that's it for the stream today. For now, bye-bye for now. Hello there. Some moments for you. It's been 3 days on my end. I lied, apparently, because I am an idiot. So many things. First of all, the audio. Now I can actually speak and you can hear me. At least the testing against people other than me proved that. So that's good. It should be tolerable, if not even decent, perhaps even good at times. Other things, technical things, bunch of technical things. God, I spent the last 3 days figuring out so much junk that I didn't know. I am a learn from experience type, so that's going to be a thing. Anyway, another thing, what did I... Yes, I need to bring up a couple of things that just kept bothering me a little bit. So, first of all, I feel a need to, I guess, apologize about the Fallout Japan comment I made briefly. I don't know, it feels like I was inconsiderate there, regarding real-world history and all that jazz and whatnot. I still stand by the super mutants dressed up in samurai getup. That's a cool concept. I'm not gonna apologize for that one at all. No. And I recall I made a mistake reading a thing. Instead of rescued, I said secured, or the other way around. I can't forget. Again, it's gonna be a thing. And I learned that an hour and a half is probably the optimal time, since my brain begins to just kind of melt after a while there. So that's gonna be the limiting factor. Right. That's all I can think of to bring up for that. And yes, unsolicited music recommendations over here. You're gonna get those every single intermission. I do not apologize. This is music that I like, and I will want to share that with you. Also, feel free to share music with me. I'm always looking for new music. I always want to hear new music, as in stuff that I haven't heard before. It doesn't matter how old it is, who made it, which country it's from, what language. That's absolutely irrelevant to me. Yes. That's about it. This intermission is coming to a close. But in order to close it properly, we have to dive into another world. Instead of the onion world, we have to dive into the world of cringe. In particular, stuff I wrote some time ago. Because I do want to get through that. I do want to address it, that it exists, and that I was a hack. I still am, probably. Anyway, fuck it. I'm just gonna read. The first thing I put out on the internet, it's somewhere on DeviantArt, whatever. It's called, and bear with me, it doesn't even have a thing. It doesn't even have a name. It's just called Poem Thing About Something, and it's pretentious as fuck. Here it goes. Dreamscape fills the void, left behind by a careless infinity. Purpose made real by purposeless flesh and mind. To populate this realm of nothing, even knowing this fruitless truth, we strive to make sense of eternity and beyond, accepting the pointless nature of it all. So we make our own reality, rules and facts and disputes and desires, to keep us busy and sane. Otherwise, why even be? God, that's so... Fuck, that's awful. I don't like the fact that I wrote it, but I did, and now it has been addressed. I am also my own worst critic. Now, then, back to the actual... game thing. We're done with this. And we can now resume the actual thing. Let's go back to the gameplay scene. Blip, blip. Okay, there we go. It always delays. It always delays a little bit. OBS does that, I guess. Or it's my system. Anyway. Wait, no. Before I do that, I need to recap. Figure out what I remember. So we are this dude. Watase Kasasagi? Something like that. We are captain of a rescue squad called Sirius, and we are at a laboratory of atomic and biological research, and there's a nuclear reactor that's gone haywire, and they're going to melt down, and we're here to rescue the people trapped inside, but apparently there's something called Case N that we, in my opinion, mistakenly assume is related to nuclear, because we saw some other things like the girl's bedroom and the little girl here, who is here for some reason. And there was an encounter with some kind of guy, who our protagonist dude called a monster, and didn't recognize his humanity, and said, "Not you too," regarding some kind of probably psychic powers. And this guy, Watase, has amnesia, sort of, maybe. He doesn't think it's amnesia, he's probably thinking something else, because he has a second voice in his mind. But because we got injected with anti-radiation nanomachines, which I'm calling complete bullshit still, that voice, in his feelings, just kind of got suppressed or something. Anyway, there's so much going on we don't know. We got these two ladies, Kazami Tachibana on the left, and Jun Moribe on the right, as well as the little suspicious Case N girl called Yuri. We have rendezvoused in the basement levels, have discerned that the bulkheads leading to the surface are indeed bulkheads, and they have been shut. There's no way to get through. And we are proceeding to a makeshift HQ that these two ladies, put together, and gathering information and figuring things out. And that's about it, I think. We can continue now. Closed circle. Yes, we proceed. So, we've got a simple makeshift base set up nearby, so let's head there first. Excellent. Indeed. They had no choice but to go along with what she said. And so the group's shoulders slumped as they proceeded down the staircase. Once they had left the staircase behind them, Kazumi walked towards a nearby room and began talking. Good information, exposition. This is our makeshift base, okay? Whenever you want to enter a room, all you have to do is press this button here, and the door will open right up. Kazumi pressed the button next to the door, causing it to open just as she said it would. And it's a messy room, bunch of things, a job, but it's not on fire or exploded, so that's a step up from a couple of previous rooms we had. On the other side was a small office about 9 meters long. Sure, I'll believe you, the visuals don't represent 9 meters, but fine, 9 square meters maybe. Various pieces of machinery, apparently the equipment that Kazumi and Jun had brought with them, were lying in a corner. Alongside, was that some kind of potted plant? Although honestly, this is a... let's not really delve too much into what the background is actually showing us. It's just there. It's mainly placeholder. Most of these backgrounds are going to be that, I'm guessing. So let's just believe what they say instead of what we see. Do not believe your lying eyes. They had limited budget and these are just backgrounds. I'll explain the structure of Labo to you first, Captain. Please come over here. Yeah, much appreciated. Kazumi took a pen from the desk and drew a simple map on the back of a piece of paper. Okay, that's a nice thing. Everything leads to the center. Circular things, very simple. This round area located in the center is a special advanced experiment area where the supposedly melted down nuclear reactor is located. It's known as Area N. Yeah, I'm calling this whole nuclear research a front for psychic research. It just feels that way. Area N is surrounded by 6 other areas, and each of those is connected to another area outside. Yeah, each area has an inner ring and an outer ring, with the former being slightly smaller than the latter. Furthermore, each area has 4 floors in total, 2 surface floors and 2 basement floors. However, as I informed you earlier, all the entrances and exits that lead to the surface are blocked by bulkheads, indeed, which we try to so futilely punch with our human flesh fists. I see, meaning we can only access floors B1 and B2. So where are we now? Right here, in this upper left corner room. Floor B2 in Area 2's inner ring. We found you lying right around here in the inner ring of Area 1. Lots of R's here. Morib and I conducted a search of Areas 1 and 2 in the 2 hours since the bulkheads came down. But we were unable to find any other survivors apart from you and Miss Yuri, and naturally the same goes for any escape routes. Both areas have an emergency staircase that leads to the surface, but we've confirmed that they've all been sealed off by bulkheads. Alright. And with the exception of one located in Area 2's inner ring, all of the staircases have collapsed due to the explosions. They will do that. So what you're saying is that we'll have to go to Area 3 next if we hope to possibly find any more survivors or other ways out of here. No, we can't do that either. Why not? All passageways connecting to other areas have security gates set up in them. Well, this is an advanced area research thing. Remember how there was a gate blocking the connecting passage to this area on our way here? Now that you mention it, yeah, I do. Those gates are locked, and to open them you'll need a security card like this one. Kazumi took a card out of her pocket at those words. I found this card lying in a passageway by chance shortly after we began searching. It was a small plastic card that had a lanyard attached to it so it could be worn around the neck. Lanyard? Lanyard? I have no idea how to pronounce that properly. On the front was the mugshot and name of a man who appeared to work at the facility and the words Level 2. Level 2 indeed, you can read, good. It appears that this lab has different security levels that correspond to each area's confidentiality level. So there's 7 levels, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and N. There are 2 kinds of gates, ones in the passageways that connect the inner and outer rings, and one buttons in the passageways that connect each area. With a level 2 card, you can open all gates up to Area 2. But you need a card whose security level corresponds to the appropriate area to get into them. A level 3 card for Area 3, level 4 for 4, and so on, and yada 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 yada. Exposition. But all we have right now is a level 2 card. Then we can't go any further. Nope. Well, if we find the right card, it'll be possible for us to get into other areas, of course. But we've searched the place from head to toe, and that's the only card we've found, you see. Guess the only place we haven't looked is your pockets. I guess that's correct. Worth a check. Yeah, right, like I'm going to find a level 3 card just conveniently sitting around in my pockets. In spite of that thought, Watase decided to search through his pockets and... Convenience! I found one! Super convenient. Although, I mean, he did, before the amnesia, he did get into, like, the higher levels. I mean, he did confront, what, the area end place itself? Or something like that. Yeah. Impossible. No, he's got amnesia. Anything is possible with amnesia. You can add anything in. It makes sense if you explain it later. I actually don't know if you have to explain things later, but it helps. No, I'm totally serious. Take a look. Ah. Wait. We've seen this guy's portrait in the tutorial for the Senses Sympathy System explanation thing. He was the guy I called, mistakenly, apparently a teacher. Staff ID card, Junior Fellow Keiji Ukita. Security Pass level 4. Ooh, double the areas we can explore. 6 Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. The person above is verified as a member of this research facility, I guess. Card entry. Managed to read all of that, hopefully. Watase took 2 cards out of his breast pocket. Oh, he's got 2 of them. They read Keiichi Ukita and Zenshu Kakei. And they both said level 4. Cool. Holy crap. Now we can go get all the way into area 4 with this baby. Oh yeah. But why do you have a level 4? No, make that 2 level 4 cards, Captain. How the fuck is he supposed to know? Beats me. Amnesia. I kinda hope they drop the amnesia soon. I don't want to deal with this for like another several hours. I hate amnesia. It's fine as a starting off point, but get rid of it soon. I want people to have actual, like, decision-making instead of things happening like, oh, I guess this past me did it. It's like, it's a fine trope to start off with. I guess you could do clever things with it, I'm sure, certain, but anyway. Point is, it's not as interesting as characters just making decisions based on the knowledge that they have. And, you know, then dealing with the consequences and knowing what the consequences are, instead of just randomly finding out like, oh, I didn't know I had amnesia, so I did this thing instinctively, but uh-oh, if I had knowledge, I would have done something else or something. It's not as interesting as, like, I did this fully aware and knowing that I was going to fuck over some people, and yeah, fuck those guys. I did it for me or whatever other reasons I have. And then you can go into exploring that kind of stuff. You know, it's a little bit more fun that way, I feel. Thinking there might be more clues in them, Watase checked his other pockets and found another strange item in his other breast pocket. It's a smartphone thingy. What's this? An official Sirius PDA. I have one as well. Okay. Personal Data Assistant, or something like that. What's a PDA? Oh, come on. A portable terminal. Nowadays you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone who doesn't have one of these, rescue workers and civilians alike. Sure, we can just call them smartphones, actually. But whatever. Same difference. As for its function as a built-in phone and radio, plus an infrared thermography, or IRT, function that allows you to detect heat sources. I don't know if smartphones have that, at least mine doesn't. Maybe some do, although I don't think that's common. Okay, how do you use it? It's touchscreen, but touchscreen is so intuitive even babies manage to learn it. It's a touchpad, so all I have to do is press this part of the screen here, Watase tried tapping the screen as he listened to Kazumi's instructions. When he did, the screen filled with the primary colors red, blue, and yellow for heat maps of June. There we go, her face is all flushed in red. So that means anything that's red is carrying heat. Indeed, it may be simple, but it can be very handy in the right situation. Sure, I guess rescue workers. Yeah, that would make sense. Find heat sources among the rubble. I see. And you can carry on data with that thing too, of course. Oh yeah, is there any data in yours? I fucking hope so. Let me check. Watase tried just pressing anything that looked potentially helpful, but it didn't look like he'd be able to access any of the data folders. They were all locked with a password. Alright. It needs a password. Any idea what it might be? That's a negative, obviously. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the phone doesn't work down there, and the radio is pretty much useless right now. Yeah, I remember you telling me that before. Despite that, Watase decided to try and use the phone function. He first attempted to call Dojima, the coworker that Kazumi had mentioned earlier, but all he heard was the sound of a dead dial tone. He next tried to use the radio function to contact Hiyama, his other coworker, but all he heard this time was static. It was the same with every other number and frequency he tried to contact. Damn it, this piece of junk's worth crap right now. Sure, but it'll come in handy. If I could only figure out the password, then I might be able to find some clues. Why don't you try typing in whatever comes to mind? It was right then that Yuri timidly spoke up. Ah, right, she is very... I keep forgetting she's part of this group. God. Anyway, I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, another ominous statement from her. Or maybe the first ominous statement. The other ones were ominous looks and reactions from her. Like, not ominous, but clues about stuff. Afraid we're gonna find out who you actually are, or something like that. Miss Yuri? Why not? If you're gonna speak up, then commit to it. And speak further. That PDA is important to you, so you'd be in a lot of trouble if you broke it by accident. That's such a lame excuse. Yeah, good point. You're buying that point? God, you're so gullible with your fucking amnesia. There's clearly information on it that she knows is there that she doesn't want them to know about her right now. By the way, guys, what's all that gear you brought here do? Rescue gear. Ah, you forgot that too, huh? Well, time's short, so I'll have to give you an abridged explanation. Thanks. Sorry to make you do this. I mean, what else are you doing, though? Oh, no, wait, right, they have access to 2 more areas, so yeah, time is short. June nodded and pointed to the equipment lying in the corner. It's the ampules, this is AD. Pretty sure you're familiar with it by now. Yep, just to recap, it's a drug that protects your body from radiation for an hour. That sounds like such nonsense. Entirely bullshit nonsense anti-radiation drug. Nanomachines inside of it. Goddamn fucking nanomachines, son. So this is all that's keeping us alive now, eh? Yep, with the ones they gave us and what we found lying around. We've got a total of 7 doses. Okay. What exactly do we mean? The ones we found lying around. From some dead people, obviously. It was a huge explosion, dude. This is a catastrophe. You're rescue workers. Of course, some people are not going to be alive. Seems there's a bunch of boxes full of AD in this place that were stashed away in case of an emergency. I guess that's also an explanation. Yeah, fair enough. This is a less morbid explanation. My brain went to a morbid place first. That tells you a lot about me, doesn't it? Okay. Unfortunately, looks like most of the stockpile in areas 1 and 2 went up in flames. So there are 7 ampules for the 4 of us, which means that we'll only last for 2 more hours at this rate. I kinda feel Yuri doesn't actually need this shit. I kinda feel none of us need it. It's a bullshit excuse, but we have no choice but to wait until an explanation of what these ampules actually do and what they are. I don't buy the nanomachines, I don't buy the anti-radiation stuff, I don't buy any of it. None of it at all, but we don't have alternatives So we have to accept it as fact. For now. It would sure make things easier if we found more, wouldn't it? So we'll keep our eyes peeled for more as we go. Next up is Procyon, our radiation counter. I mean, I guess there is actual radiation, so fair enough. But there's more to those fucking nanomachines than just the anti-radiation crap. There has to be. It's basically the latest model of Geiger counters. This little sucker can measure and quantify radiation levels up to 15,000 MSV. Whatever that stands for. The Procyon and AD were given to us. I think that's another mistake here. I think there's gonna be some more of these little mistakes here. Yeah, to use by labo stuff. I mean, given to use, I guess that's not incorrect, but given to us to use them by labo stuff. Anyway, they've both been a real big help, to say the least. Wait, they were both given. Wait, no, so... Oh, so I don't believe the radiation now, too. And I don't believe that, too. I feel like there's a massive... I mean, obviously there's a massive conspiracy. The guy, what Tasik called a monster. Earlier, there's some kind of... Not you too! Whatever that was. I'm still gonna remember that. And now this. Supposedly radiation counter and supposedly anti-radiation drugs. I'm not buying any of that. But fine. We shall wait until we discover the reality. Yeah, they are really handy. It's almost like the staff gave them to us knowing what was to come. Hey, quit staring off into space. I'm moving on to the next item. She ain't gonna take no slackers. Tip, air tank. Missed what the floating text. This thing's an air tank, standard equipment for our squad. Troop almost said. But all our faceplates are damaged, so it's not much good to us now. Yeah, none of you are wearing the yellow jumpsuits and masks. You're all in the orange jumpsuits underneath. And then you have regular clothes beneath that. Geez, 3, maybe 4 layers of clothing. Must have good climate control in those. Anyway, useless oxygen tanks. Although, oxygen tanks are always useful. You can do all sorts of things with oxygen tanks. Well, air tanks, but still. It's always useful. It's always useful. Unless you have so many air tanks that it's useless, but... Moving on. Wait, he said something that I didn't read. Bleh. I see, that Sibai looked really important. Maybe I did read it. My brain doesn't retain information while I'm actively engaged with things happening right now, and that. This is an air jack. Oh, sure. Explain. It's a powerful jack that right. That you combine with an air tank to create compressed air that you can use to move heavy objects. Yep, slide it underneath something and then inflate it. Oh yeah, that thing's gotta be fucking durable. Used by rescue squads, that thing can lift weights. That's useful. That's incredibly useful. So you use it with the air tank. I mean, I'm guessing you can only use it a limited amount of times, but still. I mean, yeah, rescue tends to not be an ongoing process, as in, no, a continuous process. Like, there is an end to all rescue operations. So limited use items are totally fine in that kind of regard. With the faceplates damaged, that's the only use it has. I'm sure we can find other uses. Air tanks, it's compressed air. Mostly oxygen, right? Well, nitrogen as well, probably. You can use it as a makeshift explosive in times of need. Ooh, engine cutter. Now and then. Ah, she sounds so excited to talk about this, an actual destructive tool. You could hear the excitement in her voice. Couldn't you? Let's... Now then, next we have the engine cutter. Fuck yeah. Giant fucking saw blades. Cut through anything. Well, most things. Its electric engine is powered by a strong internal battery. This baby and her artificial diamond blade can slice through iron and pretty much anything else like it was butter. Yeah, it's missing a pretty much anything else like it was butter. Yeah. Artificial diamond blade saws are awesome. Saw blades are great. They're fun. I work with a saw blade, industrial saws. Cutting wood though, super sharp. You gotta be very careful. Cut anything with a sharp blade and it'll become super sharp as well. For a while at least. Could you not get so excited about it? That look in your eyes is scaring me. Don't be scared, it's exciting. Come on. She's fun, she likes the destructive things. Yeah. I get that a lot. People are scared of you. You're potentially crazy and destructive, but she's reliable. She's on a rescue squad. You don't get in these kinds, although this is an anime. Nah, she's fine. She's fine. Next we have rope. And last but not least we have a 10-meter long rope. I think that's everything. Can you remember all that, Captain? Let's see, can I remember that? So... drugs, Procyon, counter, air tank, air jack, cutter, rope, damaged air masks, I feel like I'm forgetting one thing. Oh well. I guess the answer is no. You've got better memory than me, dude. The radiation protection suit has been added. Incidentally, we also had 2 radiation protection suits, but they got damaged while we were putting out fires, so we can't use them anymore. Yeah, those were the yellow things that we saw at the beginning. Oops, sorry. Hit the mic! Don't hit the mic. It makes really bad sounds. Really bad sounds. Kazumi pointed to 2 ragged objects. Both protection suits had cracked faceplates. They were fine pieces of equipment with excellent fire and water resistance, airtight, and even allowed you to connect an air tank directly to their face pieces. But since they're damaged now, the air tank's no longer useful. That's too bad. But wait a sec, Captain, weren't you wearing a protective suit too? What happened to... How the fuck... Come on, amnesia. How the fuck is he supposed to know? Maybe I took it out because it was hard to move in or something? Impossible. We were all required to wear the protective suits to carry out our rescue activities in this facility from the start. I see, but sorry, I don't know why. That's another thing you can chalk up to my amnesia. Yeah, sure. Get rid of the amnesia soon. It's annoying. Not only had he had 2 security cameras on, cards, not cameras, cards on him, although he might have security cameras on him as well. This is the future. 18 years into the future from the time of release. 80 years for us. But he also... The security cameras are... What am I thinking about now? Spy... I'm thinking of spy movies, I guess. We're not in a spy movie, we're in a thriller. We're in a mystery. My brain's bunking out. Anyway, but he also hadn't been wearing his protective suit. There were just too many mysteries about Watas's actions before he lost his memories. Seriously, what in the world was I doing in the basement floors? Confronting a psychic which, you know, has a condition that you have as well. Not you too. There's no way I'm forgetting that. It's just too big of a hint. Way too big of a hint. There was probably no one out there who could answer that question. Watase then spoke with a sigh. By the way, what do you guys plan to do now? I mean, explore areas 3 and 4, obviously. We got those cards. And I think this is the point where I reached in the stream that didn't happen because I was an idiot in the hour and a half, and it only took us, checking the time, so 2 hours, and we've been going for 30 minutes now, so 2.5 hours to gain the same amount of progress as I did in 1.5 hours. So that's a 60% increase in time spent here. That's not looking good for this, for progress. Really not good. 60% longer than it's supposed to be. Oh well. It is what it is, and it shall be However, it shall go. Well, now that we have level 4 cards, I believe that we should be able to greatly expand our search area by exactly 100%. However, what about you, Captain? Maybe it'd be better for you to rest. Yes, it probably would be. It probably would be. Seeing as how you haven't remembered anything yet, I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, but it's not actually amnesia, it's something else. But they don't know that he's not sure. Yeah, maybe you're right. Just as Watase was about to take them up on their offer, Yuri, you exist again in the scene. She doesn't have a presence in the scene at all. I forget she exists at all. I mean, I remember she exists within the context of the story, but not the scene. She doesn't make an impact. Except in a very, very critical moment. When she stopped us from discovering what we have on the PDA. He locked eyes with Yuri. What is that reaction? What are any of these reactions? What are the sounds I'm making? Who knows? She still had fear in her eyes. Yeah, for some reason. Can we explain that? Can we get an explanation for any of that soon? Rather than, like, I don't know, the last act? Or like the climax of the second act? He remembered the voice that he'd heard back when they had rescued her. Don't stop! Save her! Yeah, he suddenly began wondering if it was really okay for him to just sit around in this room. I mean, from a logical perspective, yes, he should, but this is a story, and he's the protagonist, the perspective character, so absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. You go out there and find those mysteries, dude. Discover who you are. Discover the secrets behind everything. What was the teacher's name? Keiji Ukita? Something like that. Let's find that person as well. Unless we killed him in that scene. Way back earlier. That we didn't finish, actually. No, we didn't kill anyone. But we had a gun in that picture. We had a gun. I didn't even pay attention to that, but we had a gun. Or the monster had the gun? That person. He had a gun. Who knows? Anyway. Is saving Yuri and simply leaving it at that alright? It should be, but no, it's not. No! With his mind made up, Watase called out to Kazumi and Jun. Oh wait, let me out with rescuing any other survivors. But you're incompetent, and you might get killed when there's a next life or death choice to make with the enneagram, and to decide on the factor levels. You sure you'll be okay, Captain? No. No, I'm not sure he'll be okay. We're in for several more bad endings. Before we get to the good ending, the canonical ending. Or at least one of them. I'm not sure how many different correct endings this game has. But we'll get to one of them, and then we'll just move on to the other route. I'm not a completionist, by the way. This is not a completionist playthrough. I'm just reading the story, and however it progresses, that's not a dead end. That's how it will conclude. It's true that I don't remember all that much, and that I might just be a burden in your eyes. But, what's your reasoning? But that doesn't change that I'm still a rescuer, right? So I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just sat on the sidelines while you're all still hard at work. Watase was stirred on by an almost impulsive sense of duty. Well, I guess that's how he made captain. Kazumi's eyes widened. She then gave a wry smile. Indeed, that's our captain for ya. Some things just never change. Amnesia or not, he's still the same guy. Obviously referring words can be very hard. Her face then suddenly grew serious again. Captain, normally I would not recommend that you come with us, what with the cause of your amnesia still unknown. But taking into consideration the fact that there are still fires out there and that we need to keep injecting you with AD, perhaps letting you come with us would be the safest course of action. Sure, justify that to yourself. Alright then, however, don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Watase. However, see? This is no ordinary mission, so if you want to stay with us as a rescue, then you must be prepared to accept the responsibilities and duties that come with it. Watase has... You know what, let's have some resolve with that statement. Yeah? 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 Be confident. Nah, she's still the most competent person here. That Soulblade comment she made that makes us a little worried. And I'm inclined to agree. Just slightly above that, and yeah, good. Sure, this is just an attitude thing, but still. This is no ordinary mission, so if you want to come as well, then you must be prepared to accept the responsibilities and duties with that completely. No. I already read it, but let's not read quickly. That defeats the point of this completely. That defeats the purpose of these streams entirely. And what I'm doing here. No quick reading. Only full and thorough. Indeed, you will be treated as a new recruit until you regain your memories. I ask that you follow my orders just as Moribe does. I know this is a severe violation of my station, but trust me when I say your life could be in grave danger if you don't do as I say. Please try to understand. Absolutely. Watase felt overpowered by Kazumi's words, and she's absolutely right. Yeah. Roger that. But he fired himself up by answering loud and clear. Jun shrugged her shoulders when she saw that. Yeah. Wow. This sure is an interesting turn of events, eh? Then I guess that makes us equals for now, even if it's just temporary. So let's get along, okay? You're right. I'm looking forward to working with you too. Then let's be patient for the time being. After all, once you get your memories back, you should go back to being the captain we all know and admire. Ooh, admiration. Yeah, that's something we're looking forward to. I see. His old self must have been someone amazing if Kazumi and Jun were counting on him so much. So I have to live up to their expectations as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Watase turned to Yuri. What about Yuri? Do you want to rest here? A look of hesitation briefly flashed by Yuri's face after she heard that question, but she answered quickly. No, I'll go with you. Alright, she's got some resolve, doesn't want to be left alone. She'd probably realized just how grim the situation was after listening to the group's conversation. I'd feel better if she were with us too. I need to take a sip of water, by the way. The model sometimes goes weird when I take a sip of water from a large mug. It obscures most of the face. Although I did fix a lot of things. There's no more that psychotic, like, half-blinking sometimes. It's like... Because I was an idiot. I still am. And didn't realize there were so many very convenient features with that thing. Anyway, learning experiences. All of this is... Theory only does so much. I need to just do it, make mistakes, and then learn from them. It's a lot easier and a lot faster, ultimately. Sure, there might be some damage caused here and there, but you know what? Fuck it. This is a harmless environment that nobody's gonna really encounter. So I'm only doing this for myself, honestly. Like, I don't expect anyone to watch these things. At least not for... I'd be surprised if I have any, like, regular viewers or listeners, since this is mainly an audio thing. Like, for the foreseeable several months, at least. Jesus, that would be surprised if there's someone who actually likes this shit. I mean, there's one person, me. As it turns out, I'm a massive narcissist as well. And when I was looking back at the goddamn, it was 5.1 gigabytes, that's the previous stream, it should not have been. Why did I stream at 60 FPS at maximum bitrate? This is a visual novel, there's literally nothing happening. I could leave it at like 2 frames a second and there would be, like, take off the avatar and you wouldn't even know if it was running at 1 frame a second. Where was I? I'd feel better if she were if she were with us too. Kazumi spoke up as that thought crossed Watase's mind. Then it's settled. The 4 of us will head for Area 3 next. Then let's decide what equipment to take with us. You help out too, Captain. I guess I didn't get a proper sense of how big or small some of these items were. I mean, the rope it's just a rope. Obviously, we take the rope. It's not that heavy. The air tank and air jack. You gotta take both of them. The air jack is for lifting heavy stuff. That'll probably be a good idea. Obviously the drugs, the Procyon, the PDAs, and blah 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 blah. Yeah, on it, take everything. And so the group quickly decided on their gear. Although actually, never mind. It's rescue operation, limited time, but also limited stamina. Probably not a lot of rations on them, too. First, they took all 7 AD, splitting them up amongst Watase, Kazumi, and Jun. Watase and Jun each took 1 Procyon. Meanwhile, Watase and Kazumi split the level 4 cards amongst themselves. Watase also took the 10-meter rope, wrapping it around his upper body in an X shape. Actually, 10 meters. That's not that much, ultimately. It feels like a lot, but once you start like tying things around, especially larger things, those 10 meters go away real fast. 10 meters is not a lot. It's really not that much at all. But fine. Perhaps they were too lightly equipped, but they decided that mobility took precedence above all else. That's generally a good call, I would say. Is everyone ready? Oh, we didn't take the blade cutter. Or the cutting engine, whatever. Whenever you are. Yeah, yes. Then let's go. Don't slow us down, Captain. Ah, she's enjoying this. Equal rank. Roger that, I'll give it all I've got. I don't know what I can do in my condition, but I'll still do my best. ... Watase swore to that, then left the makeshift base alongside Kazumi and the others. Quick saving, 9:33. The time in this plot. It was... I have no idea what it was in the previous timeline they gave. The group headed for Area 3 as quickly as they could. One of the security gates that Kazumi had mentioned earlier came into view when they approached the connecting passageway. Can we read any of the stuff there? Fuck no, we can't, obviously not. Aside from inner circumference side. Yes. Inner circumference. Kazumi pointed to a terminal next to the gate. Beep bop boop. This is a card slot. Just swipe the right card in here and the gate will open. Ah, that is so outdated. Man, 2012. Those kind of things aren't even a thing now. Jesus. Ah, well, they couldn't know. You can't really predict the future, and when you don't need to, it's fine. You're making a fantasy story about psychics and nuclear and biology and nanomachines, blah blah blah. This kind of stuff is really just... Anyway, this is a card slot. Just swipe the right card in here and the gate will open. You'll need the card every time you pass through a gate, even if you already opened it once before. Yeah, it's called security. Okay, I'll give it a shot. He looked at Jun as he said this. She then pulled out her Procyon and stared hard at it. Procyon. Not Procyon. What are you doing? I need to check the radiation levels before we go into an area we haven't searched yet. Makes perfect sense. Remember, everything past this point is uncharted territory for us. Kazumi and Jun's faces were dead serious. Oh yeah, they are professionals after all. Watase took the card out as nervousness took hold of him and swiped it through the slot. Beep 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 beep. The gate opened with a loud sound. Chick. That was kind of a satisfying sound actually, yeah. I like that. Big doors opening with a whoosh and pneumatics and air. It's a nice sound. Mechanical sounds are pretty cool. Except when they are wrong, when there's something stuck or it's operating incorrectly, then they're bad. You can tell when a machine is not performing correctly. You can just tell by this. Even if you've never encountered the machine before, sometimes you can just tell. You can tell that it just sounds wrong. Something's wrong. Something's clacking. Something is not in the correct rhythm. There's something off about some sounds. You can just tell, especially when there's like car passing by and you can just hear like things just engine revving just a bit too loudly, but too out there. It's kind of distressing sometimes, even like, Jesus, that car's not in a good condition. Like, yeah, you might want to check that out. I'm sure you're aware, but damn, just, you don't leave mechanical issues aside. They compile on top of one another and it becomes real bad. It's a mess. It's a lot easier to do daily maintenance than it is to do like an annual massive repair where you have to just dismantle the whole thing. Fuck having to dismantle and thoroughly clean industrial equipment. It's a fucking nightmare. Some of those things were built so long ago with like fucking in factories that used to make tanks or some bullshit, and it just becomes this like some monsters. Some industrial machines are fucking monsters. Those are monsters. They don't care. They just do what they are designed to do, and that's it. They don't care if there's a wall or a person or like a crowbar in the way. They'll just keep going until they break or they break the thing that's in the way. There's no stopping it. Man does not compete against industrial equipment. Like, you get fucked. You get in the way, you get crushed, slashed, diced, and other things. Just don't get in the way of industrial equipment. Respect the machine because it cannot respect you. It's not designed for that. It's not meant for that. Just get out of the way. Just get out of the way of that truck. Watasa and Jun both studied their prokions carefully. The number was 1285 MSV, slightly wait. MSV. Previously the V was capitalized, and now the S is. I think that just, okay, that, you know what? You know what, that kind of little fuck up, who cares? But I'm noticing these things now. At least currently. My mental state will degrade after a while, and then I will notice things that aren't there, probably, that's all. Slightly higher than the reading they'd gotten at Area 1 earlier. Okay, it's within safety standards, relatively. What's that mean? As in the AD drug can handle that. It means it's contaminated but still relatively safe. The safety stand is within 4000 MSV. In other words, there's no danger of radiation contamination there so long as we've injected ourselves with AD. And my stomach's doing a burp. You don't need to hear that. Right. You didn't need to hear that? Good, and you didn't. Injected ourselves with anti-radiation nanomachines. Scoop up that radiation. The first danger stand is 4000 to 8000 MSV. This first an area we don't want to stay in for long even with AD, and stuff beyond that is fatal even with AD. The second danger stand is over 8000, meaning that our lives are at great risk there even with AD. So basically, if we have AD, we'll be okay if the reading is within 4000. If it's over 4000, then it's a bit dangerous even if we have AD. Yes, you're recapping the thing. And if it's over 8000, it's like we'll die even with AD. Did I get all that right? Yes, it's very basic stuff. Yes, Rokion will beep if we're in a contaminated zone that exceeds the danger standard. If you hear it beeping by any chance, then please get out of there ASAP. Yeah, got it. The group passed through the gate as they talked. The further they walked down the connecting passageway, the worse the damage got. Yep, that's law of fire. And explosions. And that's metal bent out of the way there. I don't think fire would do that. That's a force there. That's an impact result. Wire sticking out of the ceiling. The walls had been burned to hell and back, and the ceiling was damaged too. Holy crap, hey, but it's all fixed here. Limited budget. That's what they'll do. Oh well. As long as the story is interesting, it doesn't really matter too much. Currently, it is. I mean, I started, so I'm gonna finish it regardless of where it goes. But I'm liking it so far, so that's good. It would appear that there were explosions here too. Indeed. And then, just when they'd finish rounding a corner, the whole group gasped. Oh no! Dead bodies? Oh, not a dead body, a woman who's stuck in the ceiling. Somehow, I guess she was escaping through the ventilation shafts? Comedy music. Let's just up that for you here for a moment. A little bit. Well, it is a visual novel. It's a Japanese story. These tend to have a wide range of emotional tones. It can go from super serious to slapstick to very romantic, back to deadly dramatic trauma-induced like hallucinations and PTSD, and then back to just light-hearted comedy routines. Ah, the music gives it away. Okay, back down to that. Alright, hello lady, you the secretary lady we saw at the beginning talking to the researchers and stuff like that, reassuring them that rescue was on the way. And now you're stuck in the ceiling. With those wide-ass hips of yours. There was a woman dangling upside down from the ceiling. Yep, she's stuck. It looked like she was sticking her lower torso into the air duct. Oh, she's going in? Eh? What in the world? Good question. Well, that's not something you see every day. Nope. As Kazumi and Jun stared in utter disbelief, the woman's eyes widened with shock. Who's there? Rescue workers. Oh, she has nice emerald, not emerald. What's the purple? Oh, nice purple eyes. I don't know, gemstones. Emerald, topaz, ruby, diamond, not tungsten, white. No, tungsten is the metal, the super dense one. Lonsdale light? No, that's something else. Is that even a thing? I've read that in an article. It's like supposedly stronger than diamonds. Amethyst. Amethyst is purple. Right, amethyst eyes. Who's there? We're rescue workers, ma'am. Rescue workers? Perfect timing. I'm in need of rescue. I'm stuck in the ceiling. I'm stuck. Mind pulling me out? My hips are too wide, apparently. Okay. Moriba, stand right below the air duct. Make sure she doesn't land head first. Indeed. Roger. Okay then. Ready, set. The rescue squad then frantically pulled the woman's body and safely rescued her. Okay. Okay, they didn't turn into a comedy routine, as the music implied. You saved me. And now we have casual elevator music. What tone is it going for here? Who knows? Anyway, yes, we saved you indeed. The woman, now standing upright on the floor, said this with a bit of embarrassment in her voice. It seemed that she was also a survivor. Well, I mean, what else could she be? She got an injury there. It's nothing serious, it's just a flesh wound. Although radiation goes through skin and blood doesn't give a shit about that, I think. Yeah, it's not like a virus or something. Just some bruises and some burn marks, but nothing serious. But what were you doing? Trying to get out somewhere. Duh. I mean, air ducts. Have you not played any of, like, Splinter Cell or Metal Gear? No, Metal Gear doesn't have air ducts, does it? It does. It does. What else am I thinking of? Half-Life, that's the one. Yeah, Half-Life is the most appropriate analogy here. Yeah, it is, actually. Huh. It's not gonna be aliens, nah. But it is a secret laboratory. Well, it's not that secret. But they are doing secret research that nobody should know about. You know, air ducts go through the ventilation systems. What are you doing? Me? Well, you see... The woman pointed to the air duct on the ceiling. Yeah, it's an escape route, potentially. The gate suddenly shut for some reason, I got stuck in this passageway. So I tried to use the air ducts to get out of here. That's reasonable. Although air ducts are never that big, you can't fit a person in those. Like, come on, that's just nonsense for fiction and stories to have a convenient way for the heroes or villains to get around places that they shouldn't be able to get through, you know, without conflict. I somehow managed to climb all the way up there by using a cable dangling from the ceiling, but I got stuck. I moved around the air duct only to nearly slide out, and, well, you know the rest. You went through a lot, that's for sure, but you can't get out through those air ducts. There's got gates in them as well. Really? Oh, I guess they would have tried. They didn't have anything else to do. Yes, I checked it myself, but there's some sort of machine set up in the ducts. There's no way to pass through the section that leads to the surface. Yeah, it makes sense. They'd set up machines there as well. I mean, this is super top secret. Air ducts are like, you know, super obvious. Everyone's seen a movie. You know, everyone's seen Die Hard. Come on. You don't build air ducts that fucking John McClane can, like, get through and then shoot up your entire operation. Like, come on. Everyone's learned that. Like, the only reason you build air ducts where people can climb through is if you want them to climb through them. That's it. That's it. Moving on. Oh my, that's a wait, did she say ara? She did. Of course she did. Well, I wasn't trying to get to the surface anyway, just out of this passageway. Not trying to escape? Okay. That's suspicious. The woman said that calmly. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Don't tell me she doesn't know what's going on right now. With that thought weighing on his mind, Watase faced the woman and called out. Do you work for this place? No, I'm a high school teacher at Rokume Academy. Okay. Rokume Academy, whatever. You've never heard of it? It's this specialty school in the city limits. Now that he thought about it, her smartly dressed attire was befitting of a teacher. Sure, I guess. I mistook for a secretary earlier, but fine. Wait, no, she was talking about the whole rescue. She knew that the rescue series was super, like, that's bullshit. She's lying to us. Like, we know she's lying to us, but I guess these three don't know. But we know from the start, when the accident happened, and she was there coordinating the researchers about, like, don't worry, there's a rescue squad arriving, blah blah blah. We know that she knows this because of reasons or something like that. She's lying. We know that for a fact. That's a fact. I have a fact. So that's good. That's more than these guys do. But was covered in soot, just like the rest of the group. She'd probably been through the ringer. So anyway, you guys are rescue workers, right? Then could you get me out of this place? Bad news. She looked at Watase with eyes full of expectation. Gonna have to dash those hopes. But all he could do was answer her with a bit of guilt in his heart. I mean, about that, fuck no. There is no escape. There is no escape. The story cannot end this quickly. The woman's face grew more and more pale the further he explained about their current predicament. It only got worse when he told her that the phones and radios were down and that the elevators weren't working. But it wasn't until she heard the part about how there was no way to the surface that she finally started shouting desperately. No way! What do you mean, the bulkheads are shut? That means the bulkheads are shut. Like, bulkheads are like the simplest thing. They are either open or closed. That's like, why is that such a complicated concept for these two? The bulkheads are shut. That means the bulkheads are shut. We can't figure out why it happened either. But it happened. Case N. Get fucked. It's more important to keep Case N locked and secured than it is to for people to survive. That's the umbrella motto. Wait, no, Umbrella releases their T-virus all the time. Release the virus, release the case, and kill everyone. That's Umbrella. These guys are slightly more responsible. Slightly. Well, maybe. I have zero facts on that, so I'm just fucking around now. Then why don't you just destroy the damn thing with some sort of special equipment or something? It's a bulkhead. It's a fucking bulkhead. How many times do I have to say this? It's a bulkhead. Do you not understand what that is? It's a very simple concept. People not understanding the simplest concepts of it's a giant fucking door that's designed to withstand a nuclear explosion. You're not getting through that. We've tried everything we can, but not even our engine cutter could make a dent in that thing. Yeah, it's a bulkhead. In a nuclear research facility. We can't destroy the bulkhead with any of the equipment we have on hand. Like, it literally takes... anyway, no point delving on. I've said my piece on that so many times now. It's getting annoying for you, isn't it? I never thought a rescue squad could be this useless. Lady attitude. Oi, yeah, I'm with June there. Attitude. It's true that we can't destroy it with our equipment, but the workers on the surface should have explosives with them. It's still a bulkhead. So it's only a matter of time before that bulkhead is destroyed and the reinforcements come. So please try to understand for now. No, this story isn't gonna end with that. This story isn't gonna end with people getting rescued. I mean, it will, some of them, but not anytime soon. There's still so much drama and mystery to unfold. Yuri has to do something. Watasa has to regain his memories. Soon. Soon. It better be soon and not like right before the end confrontation. That's gonna be bullshit. I see. Then I guess there's nothing you can do about it. Nope. The woman let out an exasperated sigh. Yeah. Now, wait just a minute, lady. You and your attitude, you're being a little bitch, ain't ya? Kazumi held back June as the latter snarled angrily, like, oi! More importantly, we need to give her some AD. Oh, you're right. She'll be in big trouble without it. AD, what's that? You've been here since the beginning of the incident. You're playing dumb, you're lying. Been here for 3 hours. Well, you see, it's... Kazumi explained AD to the woman. She also told her about the radiation filling the facility, the danger standards, and the Procyon. The woman's attitude to complete 180 after she'd heard all that. Radiation? At least that gets through to you. That is correct. Furthermore, subjective symptoms of radiation damage easily appear in the internal organs, skin, and eyes. Are you experiencing any nausea, skin pain, or blurry vision? No, I think I'm feeling okay. Good, then you'll be fine as long as we give you some AD now. But you'd better do it quick, you hear? If you don't, then you won't be around to keep telling us off like that. Okay, then all I have to do is inject myself with this. Alrighto, now, that's better. June held the AD out to the woman. She proceeded to quickly inject herself with it. Psst. That's a nice sound, I like that. So, I'll be okay now, right? She was now a lot calmer and quieter, showing no signs of the hysterical woman that'd been yelling at them just a few minutes ago. Was she being that hysterical? Didn't get that feeling. And it seemed she finally understood the situation she was in. I mean, she had an attitude, but I wouldn't call it hysterical. It seemed... okay, understood the situation she was in. Phew! By the way, what's your name? You're a character, you've got, you know, a sprite and everything. What's your name? Enna Tsubakiyama. And you guys? Enna Tsubakiyama. Tsubakiyama. There's no fucking way I'm gonna remember that last name. That's too many things. Too many. Tsubakiyama. I might remember that, actually. The group promptly answered Enna's question. I'm Lieutenant Tachibana, this is Ensign Moriba, and this girl is Yuri, a civilian we found trapped down here. A civilian? So there's someone beside me who was caught up in this incident. Sure, let's just go... Yes. Let's just go along with that lie for now as well. Two liars here. Yuri gave this timid answer, then followed up with a question of her own. Why are you here, Professor Tsubakiyama? Yuri politely referred to Enna as Professor. Enna appeared to be used to being called that, as she answered Yuri's question without the slightest hint of awkwardness. Me? I was summoned here by one of the staff who work here. Okay. But then this explosion came out of nowhere, and next thing I know, everyone's panicking. It was so crazy that before I knew it, I was stuck here. And stuck in the air duct. Talk about being at the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't believe that. Hey, why are you acting like it's not your problem? You're the rescuer, so aren't you supposed to be nicer to the people you save? Really? And glared at Watase. The anagram has arrived. I mean, technically, she hasn't said anything within the context of what the group knows that would be contradictory. She had a little bit of an attitude, but that's fine, that's understandable. Okay. Are we gonna be... Our sympathy towards her is... fuck it, it's just gonna be neutral. I'm just gonna keep it at neutral. While we're at it, you're the only one whose name I haven't heard yet. Who are you? Oh, I'm Watase Kasasage. I'm this squad's captain? Sort of, come on. Sort of? That's the worst answer you could give. So you're the captain? You're not exactly instilling much confidence with that whole sort of business. Yeah. Please don't be so harsh. I get that you're not happy about being stuck in this situation, but still. See, there you go again. Like, acting like this isn't your problem. Watase Winston shut his mouth as Anna nagged him again. But still, isn't it a bit odd for a high school teacher to be in a place like this? Isn't it a bit odd for like a little girl to be here as well, especially in the like underground areas for the most part? Like, it is odd. They're both lying. And Watase is also lying, but he doesn't remember that. So he's actually confused for now. For now. Basically, only Kazumi and Jun can be trusted, as far as I'm concerned. He has no memories. She's got trauma, and she's part of the facility, and she's a mystery entity, basically. So, yeah. Watase quietly stared at Enna's face. What is it, Captain Kasasagi? Have I got something on my face? I mean, yeah, you got some dust marks and stuff like that. But beside that, no, you have a pretty anime face, just like everyone else here. The same anime faces that everyone has. Including me? Kind of? Similar? Not really. Although we have purple eyes, though mine are more pinkish. I guess. That's fine. Moving back on. Oh no, nothing like that, really. Kazumi spoke up as Watase awkwardly tried to cover up for himself. Now then, let's press onwards. There might be other survivors. The group started walking again at that suggestion. There was a security gate at the end of the passageway, but a swipe of the security card quickly took care of it. Authentication accept. Bunch of numbers. And with that, the group of 5 entered Area 3. That's a milestone. Area 3. Ooh, it is a different thing. I missed the timing again. 9:30 something. I missed the time there. Floating dialogue boxes. No box, but still. Again, barcodes. Inner circle, 3rd area. In a ring, basement 2. This area was considerably different from all the other floors. Yeah, it's darker. It's made of concrete instead of steel. Or just grey metal steel. Grey metal steel. Does that make sense? I don't know. The Empire goes to a lot of grey metal, doesn't it? So does this place. The walls were made of unfaced... Oh, so it is concrete. Unfaced concrete, and the ceiling steel frame and cables were completely exposed. Yeah, a lot more industrial. Not for the tourists. Or the investors. This is where you take the actual science. And HAL 9000... No, HAL 3000? 9000? His cousin. Or grandfather. Wait, no, 2001: A Space Odyssey. His descendant. Right. Yeah. Although, apparently, HAL got reduced to just being like a security box or something. Whatever that says. I don't know. Like, supplies? Air? Water? Like, hoses or something? Who knows? What also checked his Procyon to find out the display that read 1381 MSV. Good. Looks like this place is safe too. Relatively. Safety is relative. Safe, huh? Normally we'd be dead at this level of radiation. Like we said, we'll be fine as long as we have AD, and fortunately it does look like there were any fires in this area. Concrete doesn't really burn, does it? But neither does steel, so who knows. But the moment Jun said that, oh, thanks for jinxing us. Oh, impossible. Why were they? There's people behind the door. What's behind door number 1? The group heard a voice coming from somewhere. It looks like someone's here. Yeah. Watase thought he heard the voice coming from the room right in front of him. The door was labeled surveillance room. Ah, cameras. People know we're moving around. Oi! Is someone in there? Hello. And open up to see... Opa, kurš būs, kas te būs? Kuru mēs redzēsim? Who are we gonna see there, huh? Although it's not gonna open, they're not gonna open the doors. A voice filled with surprise echoed in reply to Wata's unconscious shouts. What? That voice. Is that you, Captain Kasasagi? Oh, it's either Dojima, or something, or Hiyama, or Hayami. I don't remember those names yet. Ena Tsubakiyama? Maybe. What? You know who I am? How could I not know you? Someone was talking to him from the other side of the door. However, Watase didn't recognize... Well, of course he didn't recognize the speaker's voice. He got amnesia. Say with me now. Who is it? You... Why are you asking? You can't know. Watase timidly opened the door. Oh, it just opened up. Okay. Standing on the other side was a man in lab coat. Captain Kasagi, saw you're back. Hey, is this the Keiji Ukita guy whose access card we have? Kazumi and Jun's eyes simultaneously widened as soon as they heard the man's voice. Mr. Ukita. Oh, it is Ukita. Indeed. What are you doing here, old man? Oh, he's part of the rescue squad as well. You're all here too? Okay, so he's not a teacher, he's a researcher and related to the squad series. Okay. The man named Ukita said this with bewilderment. Wait a sec, you guys all know each other? Well, yeah. Yes, we saved this man when we got into a car accident just last week. Ah, okay. Coincidental knowledge. Okay. Don't tell me you got into another accident this week, Mr. Ukita. Well, him and however many dozens or hundreds of people in this facility. So, yeah. Never in my wildest dreams would I have predicted such misfortune befalling me. A bitter look appeared on Ukita's face as he said that. I don't really know the circumstances, but anyone would be bitter over having... I am beginning to lose my ability to read. Not that I had a good one to begin with, but it's getting worse. anyone would be bitter over having luck this bad 2 weeks in a row. And if Kazumi and Jun had saved him once before, then it made sense that he knew them all. I see. By the way, were you not able to evacuate in time or something? What preposterous game are you trying to pull here? You were the one who locked me in this area. Okay. Ha. Developments. Ooh. That's a development. Now that is a development. Let's see how this goes. Amnesia. Not guilty. I mean guilty, but don't remember why. Watase froze in confusion at the angry look that suddenly appeared on the man's face. Ooh, yeah. Hold on a second. Could you explain the details? I have amnesia. Shouldn't you know that better than anyone else here? Amnesia. Well, you see, the truth is it looks like I hit my head real hard a little while back, and thanks to that I can barely remember anything. Barely remember anything. Are you serious? Yeah, he is. He's a dumbass right now. Ukita wasn't the only one to react to Watasa's explanation. Yeah, we have Enna as well, who's like, oh, what? Well, hold on. I didn't hear any of this. Are you saying you have amnesia? Is that thing even possible outside the movies? Well, you are inside a visual novel, so... Don't reference... Isn't that only possible in manga? Isn't that possible in movies? Isn't that possible in TV shows and games or whatever, when you are one of them? Don't do that. It's irritating. Unless you're gonna subvert that in some way, then don't do it. Don't reference the thing that only happens in fiction if you are the same type of fiction. You know? It's dumb. It's just dumb. Stop it. Like, stop it. It's really annoying sometimes. No, every time. Every single fucking time. Well, I understand why you two can't believe it, but it's true. The kind of long-term amnesia that you see in movies is extremely rare, but short-term amnesia where memories become hazy, while not exactly common, is still possible. Kazami came to Watasa's defense at the perfect time. Besides, we're dealing... like, come on, we've got, like, psychics or something, probably. Still holding on to that idea. Area N, Case N. It's biological research. What kind of biological research are we doing here? Ukita spent a long moment looking doubtfully at Watase, but eventually came to a decision and spoke. Very well. Then I'll believe you for now. Thank you. And you are... Oh, I'm Keiji Ukita, as you can see. I'm a researcher at this lab. Yes, he is. We do have his security card. Keiji Ukita... Why are you surprised? Like, you saw the security card. It had his face on it, his full name. It's very doubtful you're gonna, like... There's two people with the same face named Ukita who isn't the same guy you're talking to right now. Why are you surprised? Retain information. That name sounded familiar to Watasu. You looked at his security card. He thought his memories were coming back for a moment, but that wasn't the case. Yeah, no shit. For he'd seen the words Keiji Ukita after he'd woken up. It was a name that had been written on one of the cards he'd found earlier. Then this is your card. Ah, so you really did have it. Ukita swept the card out of Watase's hands. Hey, Mr. Ukita, why did I steal your card from you? A bit of an odd question, but I suppose it can't be helped. Now then, how to explain this? Ukita thought for a bit before he began to talk. While all my colleagues were evacuating, I tried to take charge of the situation. Felt it was my duty as one of the people who worked here, you see? But it didn't go so well, as a Case N was declared during all the chaos. It was at that moment, while I was paralyzed in shock, that I met you, Captain Kasasagi. This was about 2 hours ago. Did the captain say anything back then? He said, I'll go look for an exit, but the fires are getting worse and it's too dangerous. So wait for me in this room. I've given him some kind of accent. some kind of voice. I'm not sure what it is or why, but it just feels right. An intelligent man gets a voice like that. But I refused to listen to him. I panicked and flew into a frenzy. That's why Captain Kasasagi took my card from me, so that I couldn't move on my own. Okay, so you're panicking and he just decided to knock that shit out and contain the situation as best he could. Okay. That's a rational decision, honestly. Since there is no escape, may as well not cause more panic. Keep people in a safe location that you've confirmed is safe. Well, I'm sure he only did it to keep me safe, but I detest how I was given no choice in the matter. That's why I was angry. Oh boy, sounds like you came face to face with the captain's uncompromising side. So that's what happened. I'm sorry for what I did to you. No, that was the correct decision. I was probably planning on coming right back, but got into an encounter with someone who's got not you too something, whatever that means. Still don't know. No, it's alright. By the way, who are those two? Maybe, although you're a researcher here, so you would probably know if she was a staff member. I guess we have to believe her story of being just a visiting school teacher or something. And you don't have high enough clearance to know what Yuri is. So obviously, he doesn't have level N clearance. Yeah, although she might be involved with that too. She might have a higher level security than you. Maybe. Ukita glanced at Enna and Yuri as he asked this. So we can't truly believe Enna's story yet. There's too many plausible options why he wouldn't know who she is if she works here. I'm Enna Tsubakiyama. I'm a high school teacher who was called to this facility. I'm Yuri. I'm family to one of Labo's researchers. I mean, okay, that could be true, yes. But that's not why you're here. That's not why you are here and why you have a separate room in the area N that's like decorated for you to live here. Fully and properly. Not at all. So a teacher and a family member, eh? A likely story. One that I don't know if he believes it or not. But that sure is bizarre. This facility's security is top-notch, so no one should have been able to even get into the basement floors. Yeah, good point. Doing, nuclear research. School teacher and a family member. Obviously bullshit. I mean, okay, they might be correct, but there's more. That's the front-facing side of it. Really? Then how do you? How do you? Come on, gotta fix this. Then how do the two of you explain yourselves? That "you" is unnecessary. Strike that. Then how do the two of you explain yourselves? Enna grew exasperated at the rest of the group's confusion. Believe me, that's what I'd like to ask these guys. Even I don't know why they called for me so early in the morning. I was brought down here by a real jerk of an employee. Then there was the explosion, and I ended up trapped here in all the confusion. Which employee? I think he said... Let's not yawn into the mic, that's bad and unprofessional. I think he said his name was Mr. Nojima or something like that. He told me to wait right where I was, and then went running off somewhere as fast as he could. I swear, it's like a bad joke. Yes, it was like that for me too. Such bullshit. Bullshit. I call bullshit. I came to visit this place late last night, and they told me to spend the night down here in the basement floors. That's bullshit. And when I woke up, all this happened. My mom wasn't there either, and I got scared. Providing more context clues like, that might be true, but there's more to it than that. Obviously. Yeah, I have full confidence in this guy, at least. Like, fuck's sake. He seems to be... like, he knows what he's supposed to know, and he doesn't know what he's not supposed to know. So, like... those two are clearly hiding something. Okay, maybe that's not that clear, but still. Yes, we've decided. This guy, you know what? Fuck it, I trust him. Wasn't there and I got scared. Hey, then that makes us both victims who got caught up in this mess, doesn't it? You have no right to pry into our affairs. Wait, why is it green? Was it green before? I mean, the colors are correct, right? It's not the... What? No. Why is it green? Was it green? Was it green before I made the decision? I already forgot. Oh my god, I'm going in... I think... either I'm going insane or the game is making me think I'm going insane. Alright, anyway. We'll know if a scene transition happens. Ukita seemed to be pondering something as he said that. What's wrong, Mr. Ukita? Is something bothering you? Oh, no, nothing. Oh, shit, I made the wrong choice. I'm too trusting. Well, except for when I'm not at all. Damn it, he seemed like a reasonable guy. He might still be. I don't know. Oh, come on. If you got something to say, then just spit it out already. I'm telling you, it's nothing. It looked like an argument was about to break out, but Watase quickly stepped in. Come on now, don't be so hard on him, Teach. Teach. Okay. Humph. By the way, have you taken any AD, Mr. Ukita? Oh, the AD. I took the ones that Captain Kasa gave me, but I've used them all up at this point. The last time I took any was nearly an hour ago. As expected, a researcher like Ukita knew all about AD. Then use this. Watase handed Ukita an AD. The latter practically snatched it out of his hands and injected himself with it. We're getting short on those things. Ukita threw aside the empty AD ampule as anxiety began worming its way into Watase's mind. Seriously, was it green before? God. More importantly, with all you rescue workers here, please take a look at these monitors for a minute. I was perusing through the surveillance camera records to get a grasp of the situation when I happened upon an image that concerned me. Now that you mention it, I do recall that you were talking to yourself just before we found you. So what's this image that's got you all hot and bothered? You know what? We've reached the hour-and-a-half mark. We've reached the cliffhanger moment as well. Ooh, what did he find? What happened there? Who knows? But we will find out next time. Next time. Hopefully I will not lie. I won't lie because I'm not going to say when the next time is going to be. However, another intermission has happened, so another set of music recommendations pops up over here. Other stuff. And then I believe I can just leave you at that for now. See you at some point in the future. Bye-bye for a few momentum. Hello there once again. It's been a day and a half on my end, moments for you. And not much else this time around to bring up. The audio levels seemed fine, and that's what we'll keep going with. And that's about it, I think. There's really not much else in the intermission this time around to bring up. I guess a quick recap. What did we actually do previously? We got into the HQ, we geared up, we set out for Area 3 and further on with the group and stuff like that. And we encountered a dude who was stuck in a room and is angry, kind of. Oh, we encountered a lady who was stuck in the ceiling. Then that's it, maybe? I kind of forget already. Oops. But anyway, before we continue with it properly, it's an intermission, therefore I must, because I have decided that. Oh, goddamn phone being. Let's ignore that. There's another story I wish to read to you that I've written a while back. This one looks longer, I haven't reread it since. It's not pretentious poetry nonsense as the previous one was. It's some just kind of silly fiction. And I'll just begin. This is called King Owlbear, because I'm a little bit of a D&D nerd, although not in the lore-wise, just the running games thing. At least I used to be. Anyway, King Owlbear. Once upon a time, there was an elf village. It was a happy place full of pleasant elves. Well, I can't disagree about that, and now, anyway, angry about elves. I wasn't angry about elves back then, apparently. But they were not all that bright. Oh, I guess I was. God damn it. For you see, it had been millennia since they attained effective immortality and lost their ability to enjoy intercourse. What? And beer? And violence? And drugs? The fuck is this? Honestly, it was either the path of blissful retardation or suicidal depression. Kinda hard to tell which is worse. What the fuck did I write here? Good god. What is this? Jesus. Okay. That took a turn very quickly. Anyway, because all elves had become kinda thick, this tiny ass village. God damn it, what the hell? This tiny ass village in the middle of bumfuck nowhere was made the capital of all elven kind. Even though, technically, there were like 6 different elf countries with their own constitutions, rules of law, military, well, more like blundering buffoons with pointy magic sticks now, trade agreements, now completely forgotten, and bureaucracies, still functional, surprisingly, but run by essentially drooling drones. And to top it all off, they sent all their valuable magic immortality crystal crap, because it's always crystals or some magic MacGuffin, to the biggest building in this village, which was a granary. And guess what? They forgot what's in it. Okay? The fuck is this? Man, I was really angry about elves, apparently. So after a while, the village farmers and bakers started using it as fertilizer and flour. The all-important immortality-granting crystals were brittle for some gods that were murdered to make the crystals reason. Oh yeah, the elves killed their gods for this. Never forget that elves are dicks. Sure. Then the stupid elves ate most... What the fuck is this? Then the stupid elves ate most of the crystals, not receiving any real benefit or detriment because magic. However, some of the pulverized crystal was consumed by a rat. Then the rat was devoured by a snake, then a wolf, then the wolf died in a cave, decomposed and turned into a nearby tree's juices. A woodpecker got some on itself, its fertilized eggs were smashed and inside sucked up by a different snake, and then this snake was eaten by an owlbear. Guess where this is going? What the fuck is this? It's way too convoluted. To make a long story short, this now immortal owlbear became attuned to the taste of a residual slain god crystallized essence and went hunting. I have no fucking clue what I'm reading now. It didn't take long for it to stumble upon the wandering elf, which it furiously mauled, mutilated, maimed, tore apart, and then ate. Then another, and another. All the way until it rolled into, the crystal magic also acts like cocaine for owlbears, the elf capital, the shitty village. After killing all the useless elves in the village, the owlbear made its new home in the granary. Some time passed and a scheduled envoy from each of the elf countries arrived. Several days apart, they actually waited at the gates for days on end for everyone to arrive, staring blankly into space in not thought. Forgetting that they have, armies and magic and whatnot. Wanna know what these chuckle fucks did? Really? Because it's stupid as shit. Great, that's excellent writing. God, this is probably worse than that poem, even. They crowned the fucking highest balls immortal Albert as their dead goddamned king of elves. But it gets dumber. Infused with the magic of the crystals and gifted with all the fucking artifacts like tiaras of wisdom, boots of might, gauntlets of courage, gown of tact, monocle of smugness and the like, each act of dressing up a fucking giant Albert took the lives of dozens of elves. Ah, stupid fucks. God, this is really mean as well. Jeez. All of this attribute boosting stuff gave King Albert self-awareness and a proper intelligence to the point where he's more of a person than any pickle-brained elf. Alright, the last bit is the worst. With the King Albert, the ultimate majesty's guidance, the elves became a completely slave race to this Albert forever, fulfilling its every wish, waging war across the lands for shits and giggles, building huge statues only to blow them up because the nose was wrong or the left leg was too short or whatever petulant whim displeased the king. Still, because the elves hadn't lost their immortality in all this nonsense, they figured King Albert was alright and never thought to question the whole stupid arrangement. The galactic civilizations have quarantined the whole planet, even though the Union of Deities is still pissed about losing some members there on their mandated vacation, but the Council of Banks doesn't want to lose the revenue from having the planet and its inhabitants as a big extra universal long-distance viewing zoo. Most universes don't have Alberts, so it's kind of a big hit. The planet and King Albert enjoy a comfortable continued existence for the foreseeable future. Okay. Okay. The fuck was that? Alright, well that was terrible and nonsensical and... Well, it's out of the way now, so let's forget that existed and return to Route Double After Days. Chapter 1, Science Scene Title Research. Let's just, good God. There, I say. How the fuck was that? Let's forget that. It's green. Everything is green. So what's this image that's got you all hot and bothered? Alright, we left on a cliffhanger. Right, he was about to show us some footage on the monitors, because this is like the security room, and he was observing people moving about and stuff like that. This image was taken in Area 2 at 6:21 AM. The disaster happened at 6:19, so super quickly afterwards. Ukita operated the control panel. A second later, the monitor displayed an image taken by the surveillance cameras. It's 3 school kids running about. Oh yeah, it's the ones we saw on the enneagram. Okay, so it's the last characters? Yeah, that'll be the last 3 characters. We've met 6 of them so far. Right, okay. There was a boy with glasses and a blonde girl. They couldn't make out the face of the last one, but it appeared to be a girl as well. They were all wearing what appeared to be school uniforms. For some reason they're here at 6:20 AM along with the teacher. That complete nonsense. It was then that Enna and Jun both spoke at the same time. It can't be. Why are Mr. Tenkawa and the others here? Eh? Then those two are Mashiro and Luis? Huh? The two of you know them? Of course I do. I'm the long-term sub for their homeroom teacher. I just happened to get to know those kids last week. What? Watasa's surprise only furthered with Ukita's following comment. Truth is, I'm familiar with those kids myself. Okay. How so? Well, not only do I live next door to that boy, but his mother happens to be one of my co-workers here. That's how. Then, did they come to see his mother? Sorry, but I don't know the answer to that either. It's way too early to be anywhere like this. Anyway, there are several other images just like this one, and the last one was taken in Area 5 at 7:12 AM. When When he heard that, Watasa instantly understood what Ukita was getting at. Wait, if they were down here at 712 and the bulkheads were lowered at 7, right, that means that there are at least 3 others aside from us who are trapped here in Labo. What? Yeah. Very, very suspicious. Why are they running? Well, I mean, okay, there was an emergency. But why the fuck were they here? Watasa looked back to the image on the monitors. What were they doing here? Did they really come here to visit the boy's mother? Or was there some other reason? There was some other reason. Absolutely. This is nonsensical. Hey, teach! What's their names? What are their names? The boy is Natsuhiko Tenkawa. The 2 girls are Mashiro Toba and Luis Yui Sannomiya. All those names sound vaguely familiar to him. Of course they do. He felt a kinship from them, like he'd known them all for a long time. Could it be that I went down to the basement to save these kids? Probably. He turned to Ukita as he pondered that. Are you sure that those kids are still trapped here? Well, I certainly can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure of it. Ukita pointed to a phone in the corner of the room. The emergency phone is dead, and my PDA isn't getting any reception. Same for us. We tried those both ourselves, but it didn't work out either. Anna suddenly perked her head up once she heard that. I've got an idea. Can anyone here use BC? The fuck is that? BC? Right, like telepathy. Okay, you're just fucking with us now. If we can use that to get in contact with the outside, then I think we can learn more about what's going on. Or are you being serious? I mean, I'm expecting that there's psychic nonsense happening because this is Special Lab, and why the fuck are you here so early in the morning? What the fuck is happening? But, you know. Telepathy? Watasa's eyes widen at that totally out of place word. Yeah. Teach, how do you joke at a time like this? Oh my, I didn't realize your amnesia was that bad. So you forgot about that stuff too? Okay. People capable of using telepathy are not that uncommon these days. Okay. That's sudden. What? Are you serious? Correct. That's a correct question to make. Watasa looked at the others in total shock. But he was the only surprised one there. Hey, Tachiban, is what she's saying true? Yes, it is. Telepathy she's talking about is the ability to send your voice to people in a distant place. It's true that we'd probably be able to get in touch with people on the outside if we could use it. But though she said it's not rare, the rate of people who can use it is still only 1 in 500. That's super common. That's super fucking common. 1 in 500. And though a lot of BC users are kids for some reason, adult BC users are as rare as a hen's teeth. Also disappears over time? Naturally, that goes for you and the rest of our squad. You've probably guessed, but I can't use it either. What about you, Yuri? I can't do it. I'm bad at BC. Everyone had answered with a serious look on their face. It was still hard for him to believe, but after seeing their reactions, it seemed Watasa had no choice but to accept it as the truth. Talking's hard sometimes. Or all the time, I'm not sure. You're all serious. Then are there people who can use other superpowers? Like, you know, teleportation, telekinesis, stuff like that. Espa nonsense. Of course not. That stuff's purely... Oh, you just brought in telepathy and now you're saying that other stuff isn't Come on. Bullshit. That's what they're researching here, to unlock those kind of things. How can you drop telepathy and then expect me to think that, you know, other things are still complete bullshit? And telepathy isn't? Exactly. Thank you. BC is a power that's been scientifically proven. There's nothing super about it. Sure. BC stands for Beyond Communication, a form of communication that doesn't use language as an intermediary. It is essentially the ability to mutually communicate your ideas to people far away. Nothing more and nothing less. That doesn't explain anything, honestly. That doesn't explain how it works or why we suddenly have it. It appeared that this BC had very limited uses. It's still fucking magic. But even if what she said was true, well, yeah, it probably would be better if we could use telepathy or whatever, but I doubt we'd be so lucky to have anyone here who won the lottery on that whole 1 out of 500 deal. But those kids can use telepathy. Of course they can. Then we could contact the service if they were here. If they were smart, they would have done so already, but they haven't, because mystery and drama and stuff like that. If they were here, that is. Ah, jeez, this is pathetic. Things would be so much easier if I could use it myself. Just then, Enna's words were cut off by the sudden sound of a voice and white noise echoing through the room. This is Serious Commander Murakami. Tachibana, do you read me? Over. What? The radio. It looks like it's finally getting transmissions from the surface again. Kazumi took out her PDA and spoke directly into it. Loud and clear. This is Lieutenant Tachibana of Sirius Team A. Tachibana, looks like we finally got the radio up and running again. But the reception is still extremely unstable. It could cut off at any moment for all we know. Then make your report as short as possible. Give me an update on your status. Hey, the whole crew. Kazumi, Jun, Enna, Ukita, Yuri, and us, Watase. Roger. At the present we are... Kazumi then told Commander Murakami everything that had transpired up until that point. About how they had reunited with Watase and then saved Yuri, Enna, and Ukita. It appeared she was keeping Watase's amnesia a secret for now. Once Kazumi had finished her report, Commander Murakami paused, then spoke again in a defeated voice. I see, so everyone in Team A really did go down to the basement. Then you're saying that neither Dojima nor Hiyama made it to the surface? No, it appears that the surface and basement have been completely separated. Kazumi listened calmly to Commander Murakami's solemn voice before speaking again. Incidentally, would you happen to know why the bulkheads have been lowered, sir? Case N, that's why they don't want to let the magic girl with super Esper powers out. Or something like that. Truth is, there are still a lot of things we're unclear about ourselves up here. But I have to tell you something first. The nuclear reactor in the basement has undergone a meltdown. We know this for a fact. I knew it. Right after the explosions occurred at 6:19 AM, Labo's engineers began working on initiating an emergency shutdown of the reactor from the remote control room located on the surface floors. But after that, pretty much everything that could have gone wrong did. Occam's razor. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. The short-term coolant suffered a circulation malfunction, the water pressure regulators broke down, the ventilation control system went offline, and so on. Sabotage. The engineers did all they could to prevent a meltdown, but unfortunately, their desperate efforts were in vain. That's also what caused the bulkheads to lock. Not really, we know a bit more about that. The radiation leakage prevention system activated when the meltdown occurred. The radiation leakage prevention system. Yeah, it's used to prevent the spread of radioactive material. Then can't you simply open the bulkheads for just a few seconds? Expectation filled the group's faces when they heard Kazumi's suggestion. However, fuck no. It pains me to say this, but at the present, that's impossible. Impossible? Why is that? It seems that due to the meltdown, there's still a huge fire going on in Area N, which is where the reactor is located. The security system's gone haywire thanks to that, which means that we can no longer access it externally in theory. It seems the system will stop going haywire if the fire cools down, but since Area's N automatic sprinkler system is already broken, we can't expect the fire will be extinguished. I mean, it's gonna run out of oxygen sooner or later. It should, that's how fires work. So Labo's staffers are currently doing everything in their power to restore the system, but how long do they think that will take? About, a couple of days. Another 9 hours. Okay, not as bad, but we can't survive that long. If we believe the anti-radiation nanomachine drugs. Which I still don't. But, whatever. Yep, gasps everywhere. Everyone gasped at the words 9 hours. And we can't do a SpongeBob's fast forward of 9 hours later. Because then we'd be corpses. Don't joke like that. Please destroy the bulkhead or open an escape route for us. I'm really sorry, Tachibana, but I can't do that. Why not? C4 should be enough to get the job done. The floors and bulkheads dividing the surface and basement are made of 8 layered thick anti-heat and shock composite steel plates. C4 won't be enough for something like that. Yeah, it's, again, like the 4th or 5th time I'm saying this, it's a bulkhead designed to withstand a nuclear meltdown. Like, you're not getting through that. Those plates are designed to withstand steam and hydrogen explosions. We don't have anything nearly powerful enough. No way. The normally composed Kazumi was in total shock. Reality hits hard sometimes. We've got multiple survivors down with us. Are you sure there's nothing you can do? We're doing all we can, too, but it takes some time, so you're gonna have to wait. And then we lost communication. Suddenly, his voice started only coming through in bursts. Commander, I didn't catch all that. Reception's unstable. No time. I have message from Labos staff to you. The commander apparently realized that the transmission was reaching its limits as he started talking much faster without pausing. There's AD lying all around the facility for cases like this. Keep administering to yourselves and stay away from contaminated zones, okay? First, just keep doing that and you'll make it for sure. His voice was full of grief and pain. Kazumi quietly listened to him with a bitter look on her face. I'm counting on you, Tachibana. Support Kasasagi and Moribe as much as you can. Commander, you're breaking up again. Can you hear me? The reception's just getting fucked. Commander! Commander! And dead. Kazumi desperately called out to him, but the only reply she got was the cruel hiss of static from the radio. 9:44. Radiation. Kazumi. Everything's still green. I don't remember if it was before this scene. Whatever. Kazumi grimly put her PDA away. The rest of the group, full of panic, all began speaking at the same time. Did he just say 9 hours? Yes, you heard that correctly. That's way too long. Why will it take that much time? Because it's a goddamn catastrophe, nuclear meltdown, bulkheads, unknown research doing stuff? Come on, use your logical brains. But fine, you're in a panic, it's a bad situation. And the reactor causing all of this is only a hand's reach away. Well, it's 3 security clearances away. Staying in an environment like that for 9 hours, it was an insane idea to all of them. And it didn't look like they could expect the reinforcements that Kazumi had been counting on. Not anytime soon, that is. Watase then spoke with a cracked voice. Mr. Ukita. Yes? What the hell is this radiation leakage prevention system? It's because of that thing that we're stuck here. Why did something like that activate where there's still people down here? I mean, it's a failsafe. Systems like that activate to prevent further damage. Sometimes the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, you know, and all that. The few must perish for the many to survive. And what the hell's a meltdown anyway? Oh, come on. Come on. You can't use amnesia as an excuse not to know that. You know other things. You can speak, you know, your language. And you know basic concepts. A meltdown is a super basic idea. It kind of gives it away in the name itself. Tell me, I'm the only one here who doesn't know just how bad it is. Fine. Ukita hesitantly looked around at everyone, then sighed. There are probably several of you who don't know that, so perhaps it would be best to explain it. Yes, more exposition. Uh-oh. What's with that look on Yuri's face? Why, the eyebrows going down a little. What you hiding? What you worried about? I'll warn you that this will be quite a simplified explanation though. Is that alright? Yes it is. Don't give me science jargon, that doesn't help anything. Yeah, please tell us. With those words as a signal, Ukita began to quietly explain. In short, a meltdown is a phenomenon where a nuclear reactor's core rises to exceptionally high temperatures, then proceeds to melt. There's gotta be literally 1,000 failsafes to stop it from getting to that point in the first place, but fine, those all failed. Normally, the nuclear fuel burning in the reactor is constantly cooled to prevent something like this from happening, but when it's not cooled adequately, the heat becomes far too much for the reactor's heat-resistant properties to handle, and thus damages the reactor itself. And then the scorching hot fuel is released into the outside. Is that what's causing the large fire in Area N right now? Yes, it's most likely that the immensely hot fuel set fire to nearby flammable objects. The melted fuel is around 3000 degrees Celsius, so it'll burn anything it touches. Well, most things. Some things are quite resistant. And the fact that it's still burning means that it'll cause catastrophic damage, won't it? I believe that assumption to be correct. And with the automatic sprinkler system destroyed, it's possible that it's also causing explosions. What's more, it'll cause a steam explosion if it comes in contact with any water. Area N is now turning into a literal hell on Earth. A stiff smile rose to Ukita's face as he said all this. And though it goes without saying, nuclear fuel is radioactive. Yeah, it does go without saying, but it's nice to be reminded of such things. Which means that it scatters radiation all around it after escaping from the reactor. And that causes all sorts of problems and yada yada yada. To give an example, I know, are you familiar with the Chernobyl nuclear disaster? You should be, everyone should be familiar with that. No? God damn you bastard and your amnesia. Get over it already. The name didn't ring any bells to him. Ukita sighed and continued, yeah, that's correct, come on. It was one of the greatest nuclear crises in human history. It happened about half a century ago in Ukraine. A nuclear power plant's reactor melted down, causing a steam explosion. Up to 10 tons of radioactive material leaked out of the reactor chamber. It was the equivalent of 500 of the atomic bombs dropped in Hiroshima, causing enormous casualties. I bet the amnesiac doesn't even know what Hiroshima is, as well. 3,000 power plant workers and firefighters who tried to contain the accident died, and the casualties only kept on piling up afterwards. Yeah, immediate cleanup and then years and decades of radiation poisoning and mutations and all that junk. It was real bad. Even to this day, we don't know exactly how many died, but the number is estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? How did so many people die? Radiation leaks, atmosphere, the ground, everything got poisoned and stuff like that. Because of the radioactive material, it's the invisible killer. From the explosions and fires came what we call atomic dust, which proceeded to float up into the sky, then fall back down to the earth with rain. Do you understand where I'm going with this? Because this is the truly terrifying part. Think of what will happen when the radiation bottled up in this place spreads to the surrounding regions. Real bad stuff, it's not pretty. So what you're saying is that atomic dust stuff will leak out of here and contaminate the area outside the facility. That is exactly what he's saying, that's why everything gets locked in. Better to let a few stragglers die than, allow that to happen. Is the basic safety measures. Precisely. The area around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant has become uninhabitable to humans and will remain that way for the next 900 years. Therefore, modern emergency procedures for dealing with a meltdown are the result of people applying the lessons they learned from past nuclear disasters all around the world. Yeah, and apparently, they're really good. Those were really valuable lessons, and nothing like that has happened since. Nuclear is like the safest thing ever. So what's happening in this story, it's sabotage. It has to be, there's no logical reason for it to be anything else. Calling bullshit on that. Thus strengthening the trend to make preventing the spread of radioactive material their first priority. That's why all the bulkheads automatically lock down when a meltdown happened in this facility. Yep. In other words, Case N is a code to notify people that they're performing a forced lockdown with the bulkheads. Okay, fine, I'll accept your explanation. I'm still calling that it's also something to do with like the psychic research that you're doing here. Well, not you don't know about that. It's only for the classified personnel. Because like, come on, there's more to it. So that's it. It was true that if the nuclear reactor was shielded by a unparalleled strength of composite steel plates, then it'd be able to easily handle a meltdown in the rare case of one. If the facility had been made of, say, normal reinforced concrete instead, then it would have most likely collapsed completely in the event of a steam explosion, and wouldn't really prevent any leakage anyway. So perhaps they made the facility into what was essentially one giant heavy metal box, so that all they had to have to do in times of emergency was simply close the lid, sealing everything inside into an airtight container. Though he could understand the logic behind that, but what are the people trapped inside supposed to do? Nothing, not really. Unfortunate casualties, collateral damage. That's what they are supposed to do. He's right. Is there no way out? Not without endangering more people outside. Like through the air ducts, the fact that we can still breathe means that air is passing through them somewhere, doesn't it? Well, it means recycling and, life support. Forget the words. Anyway, no, the air ducts have a radioactive material filter set up all over in them. They block all potential routes to the surface and other areas. So naturally, people can't get past them. Therefore, it's impossible to escape through the air ducts, which shouldn't be human-sized to begin with, but whatever, fine. It's fiction, it always has to be human-sized. So, Gordon Freeman and John McClane can get around the place. They were that thorough. They better be, it's a nuclear facility. They fucking better be that thorough and more. Indeed, all nuclear-related facilities are extremely careful when it comes to safety. Yeah. Right now, Labo's basement floors have been completely cut off from the outside world, all to ensure that not a single speck of ash sneaks out. So, just like your boss said earlier, our only option is to keep administering AD as we wait for the lockdown to lift. Right, at the beginning, I need to mark this down just for simplicity's sake in my mind. This explanation started at, in the game, 9:44. So how many minutes has this, 20 minutes of reading taken? But before Okita could finish his sentence, Jun cut in. Hold on, Mr. Okita. It doesn't look like we'll be able to just sit around and take it easy. Why's that? Jun responded by taking her Procyon out of her breast pocket. Take a look at the reading on this Procyon. It's now up to 1605 MSV. It was earlier at 1320 or something like that. It's rising up, we gotta move it, people. But it was only 100 minutes of MSV right after the lockdown started. Well, I mean, that's what, a leaking material will do. More of it gets out, and so it's gonna increase in intensity. And though the reading's been varying from place to place, it's still slowly but surely increasing. Indeed. What? I mean, that makes sense. Now that he thought about it, she was right. The reading he'd seen when he first looked at the Procyon was about 1100 MSV. The reading really had increased in the short amount of time that had passed since then. What's going on, Mr. Ukita? Why is the reading getting bigger? Because more stuff's leaking out. Simple. Even if the place is set up so that radioactive material doesn't spread out of the facility, isn't there something in the place that can counter it? No, you see, I don't know either. Really? Are you serious? I mean, he only has level 4 clearance. He doesn't have access to level 5 and 6 and N, so, there's only so much he knows. The security gates between each area are supposed to be effective at preventing the spread of radioactive material like the bulkheads are, but maybe the gates and inner walls have been damaged in certain spots due to the explosions and fires. Or perhaps the filters in the air ducts are broken. What the hell? Then what was all that crap about being careful with safety? Look, it's a fucking disaster. You can only prepare so much. There's always variables you cannot account for. Enna's eyebrows raised sharply as she accosted Ukita. What kind of place locks down their bulkheads when there's still people inside and can't even open them up? One that's careful about making sure that more people on the outside don't get exposed and die from this. Come on, how many times do I have to repeat that? The radiation is getting stronger and stronger. The phones and the radios are dead, the elevators are out and working, and the sprinkler system hasn't done shit. Face it, the so-called radiation leakage prevention system is full of holes. I wouldn't say so. Anyway, we have the enneagram. Enna, you're being kinda unreasonable here. You're being kind of unreasonable here. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate being unreasonable. I mean, he sounds like he's being honest, as far as I can tell. Enna, you're being a little unreasonable. Come on now. Come on. Decide. Full of holes. Not really. I admit that our safety had a lot of shortcomings. Really? Doesn't feel that way to me. But the system going haywire and explosions were all factors beyond our expectations. Yeah, it's sabotage. Someone fucking did it. It's probably those school kids who were running around in the way. Who are here at 6:19 a.m. for God knows what reason. Why are you here? Like you were invited. Okay, probably like fine. She said there was someone invited her and blah 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 blah. Still. Too many civilians for them to actually be regular civilians. Isn't that whole being careful about safety stuff supposed to keep those unexpected factors from happening? You can't expect every single factor. Come on. Come on, you're supposedly a school teacher. You can't prepare for every type of, kid in your class, can you? No, you cannot. There's always going to be someone who does something that you could not expect that they would do. Okay? Hold on. Calm down, Teach. Calm down. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Fine, vent your frustrations, but then calm down. You kinda have to, because, assess what you actually can do. I wish it had been just me instead of me and my students who got trapped down here. Ah, right. Taken aback, Watase glanced at the monitors again. I guess that's fair. Those three were also stuck in this unforgivingly harsh environment. Okay, and what do we have here? Again. Yeah? Our attitudes towards these kids, I mean, we haven't met them yet, we just know their names. Mashiro Toba, Luis Yui Sannomiya, Natsuhiko Tenkawa. I'm fine. Since we don't know anything, we gotta have some sympathy towards them. Sure. We'll do that. And fine. Neutral stance on you. Because that's fair. That's a fair argument you brought up. I can't argue against that. I can't argue against that. She is correct there. With no one having come to their aid and pursued by the fires and fear of the radiation around them, they were no doubt still running around, trying to find a way out. Right. I mean, if they're still alive, that means they know about the AD drugs, nanomachines, and, I mean, we'll find out. We will find out. I need to stop speculating about things that I have literally zero facts on. At the very least, we need to give them some AD as soon as possible. Enna sounded on the verge of tears. She may have looked harsh on the surface, but when it came down to it, she really was a teacher. She couldn't help but be worried about her students. Teach, let's go look for them right away. I mean, yeah, what else are we doing here? We got our access to Area 4, and we're not making any progress towards anything by just staying in this room. It's gonna be 9 hours before outside help can arrive, so we may as well do something to find some more of those drugs, because we only have, what, 5 or 4 vials, ampules left? And stuff like that. Wait, do we have an inventory? Nah, that's... Oh, the map. Let's check the map. Unknown. Well, that's useless. Great, thanks. Teach, let's go look for them right away. Of course! Watase and Enna tried to run out of the room, but were stopped by a sharp voice. Captain, Miss Tsubakiyama, please wait. Miss Tachibana, why are you stopping us? Because there's still one problem we have to touch upon before we can go look for them. Oh? Eh? Even if we find them and take them with us, we'll need 9 AD per hour to keep us all alive. Right. But right now, we only have 5 left. Forget just getting it to them. Not even all 6 of us will be able to survive the next hour if the situation doesn't improve. I mean, they've survived, that means they have found some of that themselves, or it's bullshit and they don't need AD because they have superpowers. Something. Everyone gasped. Yeah. 5? That's all you have? My sincerest apologies. This is all because we didn't expect to get caught in a situation like this. How can you be so unprepared? Aren't you guys supposed to be rescue squad? The AD stuff is from this facility alone. It's not something the rescue squad had before coming here. This is something that's developed exclusively in-house here. Which is why I'm super suspicious. It's nanomachines, son. Come on. That's nonsense. I truly am sorry. Like the screen that went like, ooh, the cinematic panning things top and bottom. Watase grit his teeth as he listened to the cycle of blame and apologies, questioning and antagonism fly around him. Could this situation possibly get any worse? I mean, yeah, you're just arguing with words, and no one's dying immediately. So yes, it could get worse. A lot worse. Use your imagination. They needed 6 AD per hour to keep the entire group safe from radiation exposure, and they would need 1 more for each survivor that they rescued. It hadn't felt like they'd been so low on AD right after they had saved Yuri, but with Teach and Mr. Ukita with us now, we finally come up short. He didn't know how the situation had gotten so bad, nor did he have time to think about it. But their next course of action was clear. So basically, we'll have to find enough AD for everyone, as we're looking for the other 3 survivors, won't we? Correct. And as soon as possible too. Kazami looked back at the monitors. Before the cumulative exposure exceeds fatal levels. Cumulative exposure? Oh yeah. Kazami quickly answered Watase's question. The radiation you've been exposed to builds up in your body. That total amount is known as the cumulative exposure. What the Procyon actually shows is how much radiation you'll be exposed to per hour in your current location. In other words, that means we'll be exposed to 1605 MSV per hour in our present environment. It's quite a lot. The fatality rate for having a cumulative exposure of 2000 MSV is approximately 5%. At 4000, it's approximately 50%. Yeah, radiation is bad. And if it goes up to 8000, that's a 99% chance of death right there. In other words, the more your cumulative exposure increases, the higher and quicker the risk of dying gets. And it takes a long time for any radiation you've accumulated to go away. Yeah, sometimes doesn't even go away at all. Because radiation like directly hits your cells and goes through everything and mutates them. So even if you get rid of the radiation, the damage is still there. It's real bad. It's real bad. Which meant that if they didn't give themselves any AD in this environment, their cumulative exposure could reach 4000 in 2 hours and 2.5 hours, and 8000 in 5 hours. If we don't find more AD, we'll all be dead before the lockdown can be lifted. Ukita then spoke up as this thought crossed Watase's mind. But AD can almost completely detoxify radiation doses up to 4000. And it's still very useful in keeping you alive longer than you normally would, even in environments of up to 8000 MSV. Our cumulative exposure won't rise so long as we keep administering AD. Are you positive about that? I'd really appreciate it if you could back that up with proof. It may be hard to believe, but please trust me completely on this matter. AD is our lab's greatest masterpiece. Right. It protects the entire body from radiation exposure through stable iodine agents, gelating agents, 9 types of Prussian blue anti-radiation medicine, and medical nanomachines. Just throwing those nanomachines in there at the end. That's like the most sci-fi thing there. But it's just casual. I guess just as casual the fucking telepathy that we have now. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay. All of these circulate throughout the body through the vein it's injected into, protecting your cells, blood, nerves, and genes. Sure. Magic. You developed magic. It spreads through your gastric and respiratory mucosa in just 3 minutes, completing cutting off all intakes of radioactive material. That's not how radiation works. Okay, fine. That's not how radiation works. It just goes through everything except like some materials. Anyway, fine, whatever. Moving on. Furthermore, it detoxifies all radioactive materials and chemical compounds which are excreted from the body through sweat and urine. The reason I'm so calm is because I'm aware of just how incredibly effective AD is. Trust me, I'd be panicking if it wasn't. Yeah. I see. Ukita's voice and expression both seem totally honest. So basically, they could survive so long as they kept administering AD. But their bodies would get closer and closer to death with each passing moment once its effects wore off. Then we can't just keep standing around here and complain all day, right? Yeah. We have to get all the AD we can find lying around this place and get them to Natsuhiko and the others. Are we gonna get a time card in a moment? It was 9:44 when this conversation began, or something like that. Hey, Mr. Ukita, can't we use the surveillance cameras to look for survivors? Hey, he's right! Or even use the PA to call for them. Unfortunately, the PA is not working anymore, and almost all of the cameras are broken. Sure, they're just cameras. How did that come on! This isn't Amnesia's fault. You were there. Explosions, radiation, like collapsed things. Watase, don't be such a thick-headed idiot. Come on. You know. Yeah. Probably due to the effects of the fires and explosions. Even most of our surveillance footage is vanishing. Eh? Wait. Even most of our surveillance footage is vanishing. Okay. That shouldn't happen, should it? That's like the servers and the storage units in the computers getting fucked with. I mean, radiation might do that. Maybe. Probably. I'm not sure on that. Might have to look into that. How does radiation affect computers and stuff? I have zero facts on that, so I'm not gonna get into a heated debate with a man who has half the facts. Though from what I can summarize, from the minuscule amounts of footage I could recover, they were apparently heading towards Area 6. How do they even have access to that? Why? Area 6, we can't get there. We have access to Area 4. Meaning they'd been heading to an area much further ahead than this one. But just knowing that was enough. Actually, that's perfect. I mean, it's possible there's more survivors than just those 3. So we'll need to comb through all the areas from top to bottom anyway, in order to rescue them all. Yes, and we've already finished searching areas 1 and 2. Which means that we'll have searched all the areas if we press on, while searching everywhere from areas 3 to 6. Okay, how do we get into areas 5 and 6? And N? Oh. Dojima and Hiyama should also be there. Not only do they both have their own AD2, but they're the best in the squad next to the captain, meaning we'll have nothing to fear if we regroup with them. Here's the problem. We know this from the intro blurb at the very beginning. 9 people, 9 characters, and we've seen all of them. We've seen them in the little enneagram there. We know who all the characters with portraits are and names. So I'm afraid that, because of the gameplay things, we know for a fact that those 2 are not going to be joining us. They are not part of the squad. They are probably dead. I'm sorry, Jun. And so is the other guy, the commander. who we were talking to earlier. He's not gonna, I mean, he's not dead, obviously, but he's not gonna be part of the squad. Not part of the mission. Not part of the story. Yeah, that's it. Words. Because we don't have a senses sympathy little thing for them. Anyway, moving on. Alright, Tachibana, Moride, let's get a move on right away. Enna then turned to them with a firm voice. I'm coming too. Because what the fuck else is she gonna do? Me too. It'd be more effective to keep progressing onwards while we are all searching. And you know, don't split the party. Don't split the party, especially in emergencies like this. You can't get help or be helped. Or help others if you split up. Seriously, rule number 1 in everything. Don't split the party. In horror movies, don't split the party. That's how you die. In Dungeons & Dragons, don't split the party. That's how you die. And in whatever, moving on. But we can't allow civilians to assist with our... Fuck that! Is this really the time to be saying that? Yeah, exactly. I'm with Anna there. Okay, what? What's Yuri gonna say? Indeed, and besides, I'm very familiar with Labo and its structure. I can probably be of at least a little use. I'll go too. I might not be able to do anything, but I'll try my best. Right, okay, so she just has generic statement to make. Anyway, I am with these... Well, okay. I'm with Enna on this one, mainly. You're suspicious still. You haven't said anything revelatory yet, and you've made some faces of suspicion and worry, and like, you know stuff. You know a lot of things. Peacemaker. Oh, types. Oh, personality types. They said that at the very beginning of the tutorial, and I didn't. This is the first time I noticed that. The Peacemaker type of personality. Kazumi is the Loyalist type. And Anna is the Achiever type. Okay. Fair enough. Anyway, I've decided on that. I'll go too. I might not be able to do anything, but I'll try my best. Even Okita and Yuri were siding with Anna. Teach and the others are right, Tachibana. Time's too precious to waste it on arguing. He's right, Lieutenant. Let's put reality before the rules right now. You're right, we don't have much choice. Kazumi nodded after a moment's hesitation. And thus 6 wills became one to accomplish the same goal. To survive. And also to rescue the survivors. They had to act as soon as possible in order to fulfill these tasks. Then let's hurry. How exactly do we plan on searching? We only have 2 Prokians and security cards, so let's split into 2 groups and search. Who'll be on what team? After taking balance into consideration, I believe that the captain, Yuri, and I should be on the same team. Okay. Hyper-competent, capable, useless, but secret knowledge, and useless. Just useless. But has instincts. And the other team is Ball of Energy, guy who knows a lot, and Determined Lady. Okay, that's reasonable, I think. That seems reasonable. Roger. Oh, okay. Then I guess that means Mr. Bakiyama and Mr. Okita will be with me. Alright. I have no objections myself. Yeah, I barely know these people. Then our team will sweep the inner ring, so I'd like for Moriba's team to handle the outer ring. There are 4 things we need to look for. The survivors, an AD. And if possible, see if you can locate an escape route or a level 5 security card so we can get into Area 5. The AD are being stored in iron medical boxes. Some might be lying around in a passageway or somewhere like that, so check them carefully. We're pressed for time, so hurry, but do not rush this, and please put your own safety above all else. Alright then, let's get started. Yesh! And so, with Kazumi's words having sparked a fire in them all, the group ran out of the surveillance room. 9:50. All of that massive conversation and everything took 6 minutes in game. 6 minutes. It took like half an hour to get through that. Or something like that. I don't remember exactly when I started. Yeah, reading that, but come on. Bull. 6 minutes. Man, they are very efficient at talking then. Like, ridiculously so. Watasa and Kazumi and Yuri immediately began searching Area 3's inner ring. They first ran into the nearest room, a nice office that we saw. It was a somewhat large laboratory. That looks just like an office. I mean, they've even got these, like, what, this cans of soda and, like, energy drinks. Out, you know, takeout food. Just, the fuck is that? A monitor in front of another monitor. Oh, that's not very useful. So many giant monitors. God, that's overwhelming. Deeper inside was a space that seemed to be for a rest area, a guard's room, or possibly a conference room. Sure. Alright, commence the search. We have one minute. Well, fine, I guess. If we can have a half-hour conversation in 6 minutes, I guess we can have like a 10-minute search within 1 minute. Sure, magic. Yeah. Yes. The group split up and searched the room. Though they didn't find survivors or a medical box there, something still caught their eye. What is it? A notepad was lying on the floor, alongside a bunch of other stuff. Something had been hastily scribbled on it. 918, sprinkler system inspected. Inspectors Takashita Urabe Misono will gather in the engine room at 1 PM. Make sure that the system's been manually shut off before the inspection. Right? Sure. 12 days ago. No. Wait, that was yesterday. Then, in September 2030, September 19th, is it? I think. The sprinkler system. Could this inspection be the reason why it's not online? Kazni ran up to him and took a look at the note. No, the date's wrong. Today's September 6th. Yeah, it's an upcoming inspection. Today's September 16th. Yeah, I felt something was off there. But perhaps we'll find out why the sprinkler's offline if we go to this engine room. Do you know where it is? Negative. I can only hope we find it in our future search. But though they hadn't gained much information, it was still progress. Yeah, an upcoming inspection, you know, you do need to shut off a system to inspect it properly. Sometimes, depending on the system. Though, do you want to turn off the sprinkler system? It's kind of an important one. You need redundancy for these systems. Always have redundancies. You can shut off one segment and then it can still turn off in case of emergency. You know, section by section. That's how you do it. You don't have a centralized control for safety features. Like, that's just asking for trouble. You create redundancies. If one thing goes down, doesn't matter. There's two other adjacent ones that can handle the load. That's how you do it properly. Alright, next room. The group finished up their search of the room in precisely 1 minute, then headed for the next one. They entered the hallway and went next door. But what they found was no ordinary room, but rather an elevator hall. The survivors were nowhere to be found when all the elevator lights were off. Yeah. So it appears that all the other elevators in this facility are disabled, not just Area 1 and 2's. Couldn't we climb up the elevator shaft to get to the surface? Probably not. If they were actually thorough, then there would be radiation bulkhead type things in the elevator shafts as well. Unfortunately, there's a bulkhead in the there we go. There's a bulkhead in the shafts at the section that leads to the surface. There we go. Of course they were thorough enough with that. That's also got to be a part of the radiation leakage prevention system. God, that's a mouthful. RLP, no, that's there. With the elevators out, the group had no choice but to move on. Their next destination was the connecting passageway that led to Area 4, and collapsed. But it was buried in a mountain of rubble. This rubble was created by the explosion that occurred before the meltdown. Probably. The ceilings collapsed in. Most likely. I don't think we can get past it. No, we can't. That's a lot thing. Though they had finally gotten their hands on a level 4 card, it meant nothing in the face of this. It appeared they'd need to find another way into Area 4. There's no point standing around here. Let's move on. The group went back to Area 3 and headed towards Area N this time. And when they got to the Area N connecting passageway, they were greeted by a door with a security terminal stationed next to it. The words Level N were engraved on the terminal, obviously. Level N, well obviously. It would seem that you need a special card to get into Area N, obviously. Perhaps Area N had a high security level in Labo. Well, obviously, it's the nuclear reactor plus the secret psychic research. But it was the fires blazing just beyond that gate that kept them from freedom. Would it be possible to enter Area N and put out the fires? Not with what you have right now. No. Are you out of your mind? That's way too dangerous. It's the reactor, supposedly. Even if you could put out the fires, you wouldn't be able to protect yourself from getting exposed to the lethal radiation levels in there. You're right. Damn it! Watase tried putting his Prokian close to the gate. What? Only for the reading to start shooting up astronomically. 2406 MSC. It almost went up by 1,000 all at once. Well, yeah. It's too dangerous. Fall back. Yeah. Oh shit. The group frantically ran away from the door. Just then, the Procion's readings went back to normal, relatively. Even if we could get past the gate, we'd have to face all of that. Yeah, that's, through the gate. The radiation, if we believe it, would shoot up tenfold in there. If the gate's made of lead, then it should be able to completely block off radiation. So perhaps the inner walls and ceiling are damaged. Probably. No matter how strong the gate was, there was always the possibility that there were cracks in other spots. Though they were invisible to the naked eye, there was atomic dust and radiation leaking through them. I see, so that's why the reading keeps going on up. At any rate, this confirms that there's a melted down reactor on the other side of this gate. An area of death swirling with hellfire and radiation. If the area around the gate was that bad even when shut, then they could only imagine just how much radiation would engulf them if they opened it up. It really would be suicide to go into that place. Kazumi continued as Watase held his breath in horror. Be that as it may, we've now concluded our search of the inner ring, Captain. Let's assist with the search of the outer ring. Okay. That was relatively quick and painless. The group nodded and ran off towards the outer ring. And didn't gain much information as well. And that took 14 minutes. The whole conversation took 6. This searching around of the areas took 14. Sure. But Jun's angry shouts filled their ears the moment they reached the connecting passage to the outer ring. You're not qualified to handle this. Just do what I tell you. They're handling the blade cutter. Oh, come on, it's just smoke. I didn't take rescue workers for cowards. Jun and Eno were engaged in a fierce argument. Ukita watched the two of them with a bewildered look on his face. What happened? Moribe, what's all this commotion about? Lieutenant! There's smoke in the outer ring up ahead. Looks like there's traces of a fire there. That's reasonable. But we don't know where the fire is coming from since there's a ton of rooms, so I was telling Mr. Tsubakiyama and Mr. Ukita to wait somewhere safe, but... Don't be an idiot. If there's traces of fire, then that's all the more reason why we should all be searching. So as you can see, neither of them is willing to compromise. Watase thought for a second about who he should side with, and then... jeez. Challenger type, eh? I mean, honestly... Sure, it's a blue choice, so it's just an attitude thing, but still. We're not qualified. There's only 2 qualified people going there, but also it's a lot more dangerous to go by yourself. I think I'm Enna's side on this one. I think I'm on her side on this front. I think so. Yeah, let's decide on that. Hold on, Moriba. Teacher's right, we should all search together quickly. What? An amnesiac like you is trying to give me advice? I mean, she does have a point there as well. But we're pressed for time, aren't we? So isn't what teacher's saying more logical? No, Moriba's judgment is right in this case, Captain. We cannot let a civilian go to an area that's potentially on fire. Okay, fine. You're siding with her, too, Lieutenant. It's just a little smoke. Oh, cut off, and then explosion. I mean, fine, fair enough. These two are actually professionals who know what they're doing. Do you want to die, Mr. Bakiyama? Eh? If you don't want to die, then please stop complaining and listen to us. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Edna instinctively gasped at Kazumi's harsh words. I just wanted to help. That's fair. People in desperate situations need something to cling to, something to do. When you have nothing to do, you give in to thoughts of just weirdness. And it can get bad. It can get quite bad. Give someone something to do and they'll be focused. If they have nothing to do, then they're gonna wander into places they probably shouldn't. Mentally. And maybe even physically. Who knows? When you're left alone in like a giant facility with nothing to do, you just kind of begin exploring. I mean, it's something, you need some kind of stimulus. People need stimulants all the time, otherwise, like, boredom is the worst thing. Like, it's literally the worst thing ever, honestly. It's like, occasionally at work, there's just nothing to do. And like, fine, I can read some news articles, play some, like, whatever games or whatever for a moment, but, like, if it goes on for hours, on hours of just waiting for the materials to arrive, for work to start happening, it just, like, it drags on so much. It's just the worst. It's just the worst. Give me intense work over lack of any work. I'll take that over that any moment. Like, fuck. That's just... Anyway, Kazumi, and I truly am grateful for that. I apologize for being harsh on you. But you can't take even the smallest of fires lightly. Please trust our judgment when it comes to disaster sites. They are the experts. You're just a school teacher and maybe something else, because why the fuck are you here? Were you invited here alongside Yuri, and what about those three kids as well? Our mission is to ensure that everyone gets out of here in one piece. So please. Kazumi bowed her head with those words, and looked away from her uncomfortably. Alright, then I'll leave it up to the professionals. Thank you very much. Watase straightened his back with a crunch at those words. So that means it's our turn to shine, isn't it? What do you mean, our? You're an amnesiac. That's right, it's round one in your fight to get back into fighting shape. Perfect chance to see if you can reclaim your instincts. Fair enough. Miss Tsubakiyama, Mr. Ukita, please wait with Yuri in the inner ring for us. We do not see any signs of a fire there, but please be cautious and remain aware of your surroundings, just as a precaution. Very well, leave it to us. And Yuri says nothing again. Roger that, see you later. Just reminds us that she exists in the scene. When will she become irrelevant at all? Mysteries, mysteries, mystery little girl that's dressed up all like fancy-like and has a special room inside this facility for her. After the rest of the group had finished wishing them luck, the rescue workers headed for the outer ring. Wait, I just remembered the thing. Way back in the first segment, Watase said, "Not you too," when he encountered the guy who he called a monster. And there was some kind of... Yeah, Watase and that guy are psychic. We know that. Telepathy is a thing, so yeah. It just clicked to me now. Like, 6 days later. My brain works slowly sometimes. Look, it takes time to process information and to put things together. Wait, no, I didn't know the telepathy thing before then. What am I even talking about right now? Anyway. After the rest of the group had finished wishing them luck, the rescue workers headed for the outer ring. Beep, beep, beep. There's smoke. Area 3, outer ring, B2. This block had multiple doors lining the hallway on both sides. You were right, it is a bit smoky. He didn't see any traces of fire at first glance, but the entire hallway was filled with thin smoke. Hold on a sec, is this facility's air conditioning not working? I would honestly be a little surprised if it was, considering how much damage this whole place has sustained. It is for the most part, but there's some places where it's broken, like here. Most likely due to the effects of the fire. Kazumi looked around the block after saying this, then continued. At any rate, there's something you need to be cautious of while searching this block, Captain. What is that? Please check each of the doors with your IRT scanner to make sure they're not hot before you go opening them. Ah, yes, right, the infrared something scanner. If a door even shows up on the scanner as red or yellow, then make sure you do not open it for any reason. Yeah, that means it's burning on the other side. Huh? Why is... Because it's burning on the other side. God, amnesia does not stop you from having logic inside your brain. That has nothing to do with memory, that's just logic, basic facts. Compare and contrast and like figure things out based on context. You have all the necessary information. Come on. Fucking hell, that like really, don't keep the amnesia for too long. I do not want to deal with his amnesia for until the very last act of this. For another like 15 hours or however long this is. It'll cause a backdraft if you do. Oh yeah, right, burns up all the oxygen as well. Also, first of all, the heat is gonna hit you, and second, it's gonna like pull you in because it burns up all the oxygen, and it's gonna, you know, suck it in because there's lower pressure. Yeah, lower pressure because of the lack of, you know, stuff. When the fire burns in the sealed-off room, it eventually consumes all the oxygen in that room and starts to smolder. So when the door to the place is open, fresh air rapidly pours into the room, and then, boom! It starts burning again like an explosion. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely listen to those two. Watase, you don't deserve to have any say in this. These two know what the fuck they're saying. See, let's not kill ourselves again. Maybe, I don't know. Okay? Listen to them. They know what the fuck they're talking about. It's basic logic. We can't see any fire in this block, but we can see smoke, which means it's possible there's a fire smoldering in one of these rooms. So if you don't carefully check the temperature, all of us could get blown away. It's a real big responsibility. Are you sure you're up for it? Ah, I see. Eh? Or are we confident now? Like, or I guess we have to be confident now in ourselves, or... Okay. Okay. Oh no. I guess this system is confusing my little monkey brain. I see. Captain, you sure you get it? Firefighting is all about teamwork. Not only must our minds be as one, but we need to work closely together as one unit. Understand? Ah, sorry about that. Leave it to me. Okay. Determined not to let them down, Watase re-geared his mind back to the task on hand. He checked his surroundings to find 10 doors lining the hall. They all felt like traps to him. Explosive booby traps just waiting to be tripped. But I have to take this seriously or we'll be screwed, won't we? Exactly. Every single one of these doors has the potential risk of shooting flames out if I open it, right? Naturally. But there might also be AD or survivors behind them. And we can't just leave the source of the fire alone. So in the end, you'll have to man up and open every last one of them. Don't rush things, but keep in mind that we have limited time to search. Yeah, got it. And with that, the group began searching each and every room. They stood in front of a door at the end of the outer ring, with Kazumi pointing a fire hose right at it. It's normal. Watase turned on the PDA's IRT function and checked the door for heat, just as he had been told. The door is blue, no heat. Well, it's green, but sure. It's not that hot. There's a heat of the light, but that's about it. Roger, opening the door. June announced that as she opened the door. Psst. Watase braced himself for the moment the door opened. and it's just another little office. But all that waited for them was a trim and tidy office. Phew, no signs of a fire here, eh? Yeah, but the same goes for any survivors. Then search the place for AD. You have 30 seconds. The group quickly searched the room in accordance with those orders. It wasn't long before they found a box. A lone desire. Eh? Oh, that's what it's called. This is a medical box, isn't it? Okay, can we... How much can... Well, can only read the title, A Lone Desire. What the fuck is it called that way? An emergency use only. A Lone Desire. That's a very weird name to give just like anti-radiation drugs, apparently. Nanomachines. Okay. A Lone Desire. That's a hint for something. Watase ran up to it and looked inside. But it was empty. It appeared that someone had already taken its contents. Yeah, the 3 kids. Or the other 2 rescue members. Hayami and Dojima. Just no luck. And no card either. Then let's move on to the next room. Be more efficient this time. The room opposite of that one was a stairwell. Unlike the automatic sliding doors that the other rooms used, this one had a fire door with heavy hinges. But when they opened it, it collapsed. All they saw was a collapsed staircase. I mean, we have rope. We can get up there. Hold on, why did this staircase collapse? I don't see any traces of a fire in here. Indeed, it doesn't look like it was caused by fire. I believe that was one of those explosions of unknown origin, aka sabotage, that did this. Come on, let's just forget it and move on to the next room already. Chop chop! The group continued the search at Jun's urging. However, no matter how many rooms they checked after that, the only things they found were empty medical boxes. Someone was very thorough before them. To make matters worse, there was no sign of any of the survivors, to say the least of the source of the fire. They even checked the bathrooms, but that turned out to be a fruitless endeavor. God damn it, we need to find some AD! Watase was starting to get more and more impatient. The last time the group had taken any AD was around 9:20 AM, and it's now what? But his watch showed that it was almost 10 AM right now. We don't even have half an hour. The survivors and security cards were important too, of course, but they wouldn't be able to live past the next hour without some AD. Without some alone desire. That's what it's called now. Which is strange. Shit, this is all me and my amnesia's fault. Pointless to blame that. I kept wasting everyone's time by demanding all those explanations from them. It's important to know things, do not apologize for that. If you don't know shit, you'd be dead already. So, wrong. This sentiment that you're having right now is wrong. They needed to get their hands on some AD quickly in order to make up for that mistake. The group approached the final door in the outer ring as Watase thought this. And like usual, he used the IRT scanner to check the door. There's no heat. That's strange. Perhaps the smoke came in here from another area. Or like the ventilation systems or something else. Or from the ground. Anyway, roger that. I'm opening the door. And Jun then moved to press the button for the door. They'd been through this routine 10 times already, and as a result, Watase was probably nowhere near as focused as he'd been at first because he'd gotten used to it. Uh-oh. That's why he didn't notice it sooner. That unlike all the other rooms, the IRT scanner was showing that this otherwise blue one had a slight yellow tinge to it. Oh crap, Moribe, don't open it. But it was too late. Uh-oh. Did we kill someone already? With the previous? Jun had already hit the button, causing the door to slide open, and she gets sucked in and burns up in the... At that moment, the group all felt something like the air being sucked inward. Oh shit. Ah, fuck. Uh-oh. Jun immediately jumped away. Okay, good instincts. Fire spewed forth from the room only a mere second later. Are we dead? We die. Ah! Watase tried to dodge it, but his body wouldn't move. Captain! No sooner had Watase heard that shout than were he and the rest of the group blown away by the blast. Am I dead? I don't know. He wondered that for a second, but no, he was still alive. Yeah, it's not a dead end. However, it also felt like something was crushing his body. Watase then opened his eyes. Captain, are you alright? Not sure. Only to see Kazumi shouting at him and helping him up. It seemed like she had knocked him out of the way just in the nick of time. I'm okay, but this is... His surroundings had transformed into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. The fire that had spewed from the room was spreading all the way out into the hall. If this keeps up, then even Tachibana will die. It was at that moment that he had heard a voice across the sea of fire. The guy... Oh no, it's Jun. Right now she can suppress the inner voice thing. Watase looked to that voice to find Jun looking at him and Kazumi from the other side of the flames. Watase quickly shouted back, Moribe, throw us the hose! On it! Jun picked up the hose lying in the fire and tossed it with an underhand throw. The metal nozzle slid across the floor and stopped right in front of Watase. The fire spread even further during those few seconds, filling the hallway with black smoke. Just standing burned his skin, and his lungs hurt even every time he took a breath. Yeah, it's bad. Captain, don't. I'll handle it. I'll handle this. God. I'm okay. Even I can handle a little fire like this. You. Watase forced himself to step towards the direction of the flames, then turned the nozzle of the hose. Edge! Watase was caught off guard for a moment. The water pressure was far greater than he had expected. So he used all his might to keep the hose under control, knowing it would most likely shoot right out of his hands if he let his guard down for even a second. Eat this! You stupid fire. As if it understands or cares. The hose's jet stream ran right into the brightly burning fire. So many R's there. However, it's not going out. That sucks. Although steam was rising here and there, the force of the flames didn't weaken in the slightest. Son of a bitch! Watase blindly swung the hose. Despite his efforts, the fire only grew stronger and stronger and swooped down on Watase with intense ferocity. The flames swayed, briefly licking at his left hand. Ouch. The heat shot through his gloves and burned the back of his hand. He then dropped the hose on instinct. Uh-oh. Oh shit. He frantically tried to pick up the hose. Out of the way, Captain! Yep. Let's trust her. Let's trust her. She's composed. But then Kazumi grabbed his collar and violently pulled him back. This is why I said I'd handle this. You need to get further back. Got it. As he said this, Watase noticed there was something caught on his right hand. Okay, suddenly a little pendant. It was a locket with a broken chain. Or a locket, whatever, same difference, as far as I'm concerned. It's a accessory. Kazumi had apparently dropped it when she tackled him earlier. Oh, it's okay. Watase quickly put it in his pocket and looked at the sight that lay in front of him. Look carefully, this is how you put out a fire. Kazumi nimbly handled the hose as she told Watase this in a calm voice. She aimed the jet stream right at the edge of the fire, pushing the flames back. Amazing! Kazumi replied to Watase's praise with a cool and collected tone. Read the path of the flames, then suppress them with water. Take out the source of the fire after that. Someone who's forgotten even that has no right to hold this hose. Fair enough. Fair enough. Kazumi quickly swung the hose as she fired off that cold answer. The water swelled like an animal and fell onto the fire in front of them. The flames that had been heartily burning with such fury earlier were now growing smaller and smaller with each passing moment. And soon enough, they were gone completely. Extinguishing complete. Kazumi turned off the water with that declaration. Jun quickly came running back over and called out to her teammates. Man, that was too close for comfort, guys. Yeah, it's all thanks to the two of you that we got out of there alive. More importantly than that, Captain, all of a sudden she grabbed Watase by the collar. Captain, why did you give the okay without checking the IRT scanner properly? Correct. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about how badly we need to find Samidi, so I got impatient. That's not an excuse, that's bullshit. Impatient? You screwed up because you were impatient? You think you're fit for this line of work with such naive thoughts like that? You won't be able to save the survivors like that, to say the least of keeping yourself safe. Yeah, she's scolding you because she cares. Obviously, I mean, that's how that works. Like, she's angry because you almost fucking died. And got everyone killed as well. Like, that's real bad. Sorry. Sorry's not gonna cut it here. You need to learn. And why didn't you obey my orders right away? I felt like I had to protect you right away back then. Protect me? Please do not get so conceited. It might have been a different story if you were your normal self, but you don't have that strength as you are right now. Something in Watasa's head snapped at those words. Don't be so harsh. I'm trying to help out in my own way. The best I know, fuck off, dude. You're in the wrong right now. You are just in the wrong. In my own way? Yeah, no, you don't know what the correct way to do that is. Kazumi's eyebrows twitched as she said that. Slam! He then grabbed him by the nape of his neck and pushed him against the wall. Do you... Ooh, wide eyes. He's really pissed. Do you seriously believe such naive thoughts like that will be enough to keep you alive in this place? Like, she's really, really angry that you almost got yourself killed like that for such stupid reason. Like, damn. Angry! Let's just appreciate the anger in those eyes. And the worry. And just the annoyance. Like, wanting to do my best in my own way, or try as hard as I can, means nothing out here. What you need to survive is the composure to choose and take the right actions. We didn't come here to die a pointless death. We came here to save lives. Back when you found Miss Yuri, you tried to run into that fire without even considering your own abilities or the danger of the situation, didn't you? That is correct, and the first time around we did die. That also most likely stemmed from you trying to save Yuri in your own way. However, someone who would throw their own life away to save survivors is no hero, just a fool. Though you don't remember, those are your very own words I'm quoting here. If you've even forgotten something like that, then that makes you no different from a civilian. Yeah, Watase couldn't say anything to that, because there is nothing to say to that. He felt like he'd been handed an epiphany of how utterly powerless and foolish he had been. He hung his head crestfallenly and let out a feeble reply. I'm sorry. I put everyone in danger because of my own careless actions. As long as you understand, that's good. But please make sure you never forget everything I told you just now. I will try... I mean, it's basic logic for the most part, but memory's not my greatest strong suit. Sometimes. It's selective. It's very selective about what I do and do not remember. Every single day there's one little thing that I forget. Usually not important, but sometimes quite important. And I can never know what it might be. Ever. It's just a thing. Kazumi let go of Watasa's neck and said that. It was then that Jun nervously cut in. Aha, Lieutenant, it's not the captain's fault. Well, kinda is, though. I mean, it is. Don't be that forgiving, though. It is his fault. Like, this stuff is basic logic as well, not just knowledge that he has forgotten. You can figure out, some basic things in the situation. Any other day and he wouldn't have this problem. Yes, you're correct. Normally, he wouldn't be the kind of person to take such rash actions. Those words pierced Watase's heart. She was right. The Watase Kasasagi of today was completely different from the normal Watase Kasasagi. So he wished that he could, at the very least, learn from his past self. Hey, Tachibana, exactly what kind of rescue worker was the normal me like? Let's see, you were a calm, intellectual, and extremely cautious person. Sounds more like a coward if you ask me. What the fuck are you talking about? Rescue operations have to be calm and collected and cautious, otherwise you get yourself killed and the people you're trying to rescue killed. The fuck are you talking about, Watase? Of the current self? The fuck? That's just wrong. Don't be ridiculous, exactly. The fuck are you talking about? You are an intellectual rescue worker who always made rational decisions no matter what the crisis. Yeah, that's how you made captain. You don't become captain by being a rash idiot. She's right. Well, okay. You were a bit of a hard-ass, but your logic made sense. You do need to be a bit of a hard-ass to impose strict logic and common sense onto some people. Like, that kinda has to happen. Oh, they're both smiling a little as they reminisce about the Watase of the past. Well, that's neat. So that's who I was. If someone as competent as Kazami was praising him this much, then he probably really had been a truly superb rescue worker. That thought alone made him curse his current self-incompetence. Okay, then I'll make sure to put safety first from now on. My own included. You'd fucking better. Yes, please keep doing that until your old self comes back. That's probably not gonna happen for a very long time, though. Then that's enough lecturing out of me. Let's regroup with the others. Indeed, Kazami gave that order and started walking again. Watase and Jun followed behind her. His burnt left hand still ached under its glove. God damn it, how pathetic. Watase thought over the situation. The normal Watase Kasasagi would never have screwed up as badly as he had just now. Then what kind of relationship had he had with Kazami, his lieutenant? Probably a super professional one? Who knows? What about with Jun? With the rest of his squad? Impossible to know. Were we comrades? Well, yes. That word popped into his head. But no specific memories were coming back to him, no matter how hard he tried. All he felt was a sense of nostalgia. 10:04 AM. Alright. I believe that will be enough for today and this week. I think that's a fine place to stop. We got scolded, we got all sorts of things. Right then. That shall conclude the first week of these sessions. For the most part. Oh yes, no, for the entire part. What am I talking about? Getting a little bit wobbly in the brain. And so, yes, this is how these things will go on from now on. In the future, until we finish this one, and who knows what else in the future. Right. That's it. Obviously, there's nothing to catch up on that front over there. Anyway, however, there is one other final thing as we wrap up the outro segment and we head into a bit of a void. There's another piece of writing that I did much more recently that I will read out to you. This one, however, is inspired by songs by the singer-songwriter Ronnie James Dio, who is fantastic. His music is excellent, brilliant, and I just kind of love it. So, I kind of made a collection at the end of every single one of these, at the end of the week, going through all the studio albums one by one, in chronological order from Rainbow to Black Sabbath to Dio to Heaven and Hell. I'm gonna read a short story inspired by each song there. Now, the inspiration is very loose, sometimes a bit more than others. Sometimes only a single word inspired the rest of it, other times the whole set of lyrics. And I've named the eventual collection Reign of Dio. And yeah, fuck it, I'll just start separately. Every other audio has been turned off. Every other visual has been turned off, just like we began. With the void, we shall end with the void. And so, let us begin the post-outro conclusion. A Reign of Dio. Act 1. A Rainbow. Volume 1. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Chapter 1. Man on the Silver Mountain. Legends speak of a mystic atop a mountain forever capped with snow and ice. From on high he shines bright upon the people with wisdom not of this world. They shout his name in reverence and awe. Yet he is all alone, his mind forever turning. All that he knows, all that he sees, all that he feels, not one other can relate. Many love him, and many fear him, but none have been able to understand or stop him. His will and his spirit runs ahead where others fumble and crawl. Seek him out, and he will guide you with a steady hand. Anger him, and fire shall rain down upon your soul, for he sees what lay behind your eyes. Even in the dark of night, you cannot evade his truth. In your darkest hour, he'll be the beacon to salvation. He is the day and the night. His words will lift you up when you have fallen, yet look down on another and he will knock you down. His is an unquenchable passion to aid those who seek it, an unstoppable drive for eternal improvement, an immovable vision of the reality of this world. He is the man on the Silver Mountain. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.